I'm in that
That one black guy.
winter.
Hey, yo.
That one black.
Oh, that was the worst time to click start stream.
God,
Alright, boys, we gotta pack it up.
all right, we gotta end the stream.
Goddamn, that's it. We,
Goddamn, Nicole,
it was it was a nice run, YouTube.
right.
I got my cheese and crackers. I'm ready for this.
Wait, so that guy, that the owner of the virtual Roblox Blue Angels, his name is Winter, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
Because I'm in the virtual Blue Angels. Like I'm in their server.
We're gonna debate over VR Chat Blue Angels and VR Chat Thunderbirds.
Dude, you know what's so
Then
insane though?
real life.
You know what's so insane? I don't care whoever's listening. One of the members of the virtual Blue Angels were talking shit about like the VR chat teams, talking about like, oh, you guys are VR chat, you guys are bad. Like, there's no skill. You just had like, there's no skill.
Like
It's yeah, dude,
DCS
there's no
or
fucking- like, there's no skill in using a mouse and clicking WASD. Like, it's
wait, so for Roblox, oh yeah, they're cooked. They're cooked. They
I
cannot be
won't
talking
say
about
who.
no
I'm
skill.
not that big of a snitch. I'm not a snitch bitch, right? But one of their members, they're like, yo, yeah, like VR chat takes no skill. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm not a snitch, but
Whoever said that, if you're watching, I know you cannot be talking about no skill.
WASD, bro. Like, you can. Never mind, dude.
the funny thing is, you guys could technically share the podcast to any like team. One sec, I gotta do a quick audio check for volumes to make sure everything's okay.
Yo, that'll be anonymously. You can't say it was me, but you know what I mean, bro? It's like, yo, there's no way you're about to sit up here and tell me. And it was one of like the well-known members too. It's like, bro, there's no way you're gonna sit up here and tell me that the Blue Angels, right? Because I was in the Blue Angels at the time. Like, I was their rookie day attendee, I guess, or like their trainee. And he's like, yo, VR chat takes no fucking skill. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? He's like, fucking stutter. They take no skill. I'm like, yo, is it just me or your preset is just set to dick mode? He was like, no, bro, it's just facts. They suck. It takes no skill. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? What, yo, like,
Bro,
you can't be talking. There's no way you're about to,
self-glazing.
JC,
there's
can you
no way
say
you're about to
something?
stay here and say a VR chat takes no skill when all you have to do is move your mouse a couple inches and click WASD.
JC, can you speak a bit so I can compare sounds, like sound levels?
So basically, this and all that, blah 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 blah. So I remember this guy who fell, and they got this guy, and then this guy also fell.
That guy and this guy.
If you can fly it with using one hand, it's too easy. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
That's the thing, because I was one of their trainee pilots. You have to use your mouse a little bit, right? Because you actually have to steer the aircraft. It's too difficult with the WASD. It's like almost nearly impossible. Or some people, I think they can use a HOTAS. I think.
But
yeah, I know.
For the most part, it's a mouse.
I know. Yeah.
And it's like, dude, there's no way though. Like, there's no way. All I have to do is really just throttle up a little bit, because they don't even go adjusting throttles. They go on one set speed. From what I've seen.
Oh yeah.
They're on
Once you
one
go
set.
to
I'm
one
gonna
throttle-
the virtual Roblox Angels, at least the one that I know.
And then
They go-
at that
Bro,
point,
from the bro.
once you
Yeah,
adjust the
different.
speed, at that point, it's just one hand. It's really it.
Yeah, we're both on what's it called? Roblox team, me and JC. If you can set your speed to one thing and it just stays there, you got it.
And then and then use your other hand with the mouse. That takes no skill.
I checked the volumes and everything's perfect. Well, perfect. But we can, like, everybody can be heard clearly.
Like, dude, especially when you're being an asshole about it. right? Because if you're coming up to me and asking me or telling, like, there's a difference between telling me and asking me. Telling me, and then in an asshole tone, then like I'm gonna be somewhat offended because it's like, bro, there's no way you're about to sit here and tell me that VR chat takes no skill when all I have to do is set my speed with like shift or Z or control, and then the rest with my right hand using my mouse.
Are
I have to
you
constantly set my throttle and steady my hand.
wait?
There's no way you're about to fucking sit here and tell
Hold on,
me
hold
that.
on. What game are you comparing when you're mentioning the keyboard and WSD stuff?
Oh, Roblox, because like I was saying,
Oh,
a member of the virtual Blue Angels. I'm not gonna say who because I'm not a snitch bitch, but one of the members of the virtual Blue Angels, the Roblox one, they're like, "Oh, yo, Roblox takes no skill. Sorry, VR chat takes no skill." It's like, what are you talking about?
yeah, I will
He's like,
definitely second that the VR chat takes more skill than
"Yeah,
even
exactly."
DCS HOTAS.
That's exactly what I was saying. And he was like, "No, that's not true." And like you couldn't make any arguments about Roblox. He was just steady there trying to
Yeah.
argue back that VR chat was still harder.
Like
That's
How
not
would,
the
how
only
would he
easier.
know?
he
'Cause, like,
he
how
Yeah,
couldn't
would
exactly. My point.
he couldn't
how
tell
would
the
he know?
difference
saying it.
I'm not sure if
between.
he's been on it, but
I think
You're
he
just
couldn't tell.
saying it. I haven't seen you apply. I haven't seen you like attend any tryouts. So you're not gonna sit here and try to call me out for what? What for exactly? Like,
I think people like this is a major fucking thing online, but in general, people combine whether something is good with whether they like it. I think it's the same thing. He's comparing how easy a game or like flying in VR chat is to the like realism of the game itself. Because I bet you he's gonna say that DCS is the hardest one to like be a
yeah, but that's
formation
the thing
pilot.
too. He was comparing it to realism.
Well,
It's like,
yeah,
yo,
that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a
there's no way
problem
you can get.
online. This is a
Yeah,
problem
there's no
online
way
in
you can get
debates.
that realistic on
yeah.
VR chat, even
like
with PC
with
VR.
everything combined, like DCS with the startup, everything with the collision, all
Well,
of that, I guess you can make it. You can say DCS is harder, but with all the take up, like the startup stuff combined, all of that,
the
the lag,
the startup
the
thing doesn't
downtime,
really
all of that.
hold on. The
Like
startup
if we're
thing
taking
doesn't really
realism out of
apply.
it, yeah, if we're taking realism out of it with like the startup and like all the downtime,
No,
VR
no,
chat's harder.
no. I'm referring to in DCS. You literally have a like two buttons that you have to press for the plane to start on its own.
Well, yeah, I said taking that out. So
Well,
if we're not
that's the
counting
thing.
that,
Yeah, it
if we're
shouldn't
Oh
counting
yeah,
even be
not
put
everything
counting the
in.
though,
realism. Not
if we're
counting the
counting
realism.
everything though,
I'm referring to the startup because the startup is literally two buttons on the keyboard and that's it. Your plane
Yeah,
starts in DCS. I'm
yeah.
referring to
You don't
the
have to
the
go through the whole
hold on,
checklist. You
Cuban.
can click like
Hold on.
tier B, and
I'm
you should start started.
like back to Colley's point. If you're taking everything in consideration, as in the physics, the realism, the way the vehicle
Aircraft
behaves,
moves. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
all of these in total, I would
And
say
physics,
it's
aircraft.
DCS, then VR chat, then War Thunder,
Roblox.
then Roblox in terms of
and,
difficulty.
and there's like
Yeah,
YS flight somewhere in between, maybe like right under
but then
DCS,
that's the
because you
thing
know
too.
what
He
I'm
was
talking
YS
about.
comparing
flight?
realism to it
My
because
squad,
Yeah,
it would be like right on top of Roblox.
that's
yeah,
the
it's like right
thing.
on top
It's
of
because
Roblox.
he was comparing realism. It's like you can't really compare realism with Roblox. He was like, okay, so what's the point of flying? And I was like, many things.
Yeah,
We have
like even
an
if we're talking
entire
about
aviation
realism,
community, so does Roblox. He's like,
like
Uh,
even if
okay,
we're
so
talking
what's
about
your
realism,
point?
like look at y'all's models, like
No, their model, like I said, I've flown their models. They're pretty good. They have actually mods that you have to download. But I see your point. It's like, dude, despite the realism, because you actually have to start up the aircraft, like you actually have to go through a checklist and shit.
again, that is irrelevant since you have only two buttons to press for
My
that.
point.
Yeah.
No. For their group, they actually have like a whole startup procedure. Whatever. Besides that, if we're taking realism out of the context, fuck it, we win every time. Because it takes
Um,
precision. Yes. Most of the time we win. Because number one, flying in VR chat, it takes precision,
the big
right?
debate
Because you
would be.
have to
Uh,
hold on, because you have to take account in the lag, the latency,
oh
the
well,
visible
that's the
lag.
thing. So the big debate in difficulty would be between DCS and VR chat instead of VR chat
You,
Thunderbirds,
but that's the
like
thing. You can't argue that.
Roblox.
Those are two different things you can't. Those are two different things you can't mix. VR
Yeah.
chat and DCS, because DCS is its own thing. VR chat is its own
You
thing.
can no. Hold
VR
on,
chat.
hold on. We
Well,
have
you
a
can.
you you definitely can outright and say one is more difficult than the other, because all you have to do is make objective statements. For example, in DCS, to like properly fly in DCS, you need a HOTAS. So now you just have to compare how a HOTAS like the difficulty of a HOTAS with the difficulty of the like joysticks of the VR.
Controllers.
For example,
Well,
with the
yeah, 'cause that's
HOTAS,
the
you can
thing,
have a
bro.
stable speed because you just move a physical lever to a specific point compared to VR. Like, you can make arguments of difficulty between the two, but you at that point you also have the model accuracy, the G's, the physics. So there you have a discussion. But if you're gonna start a discussion which is more difficult between the VR and the Roblox like doesn't hold a candle in the argument.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
It's not even
compared to
in the
Roblox.
Tripping off way too
Literally.
hard. This went from okay, which one's better, Thunderbirds or Blue
VA.
Angels, and now okay, so that's
Well, it's pretty important to be discussed.
yeah.
One thing before we transition, I just want to say,
Honestly,
if we're talking about Roblox versus VR chat, yeah, why are y'all talking about skill? Like compared to VR chat, you're literally holding a controller in midair. You have
Yeah,
to
pretty much.
have the
Stable
you have
hands.
to have the the stable hands of Mr. Miyagi compared to Roblox, where you can literally just rest your hand on a stable hand rest, and you can press WSAD.
Well, technically, you
Press
could do
all
the
that.
same with VR chat.
No.
But you're not gonna get the precision. It's gonna be like ass.
That's the thing. If you have your desk set up and your VR like what do you call it? The sensors and all that. If you have it set up in such a way that when you're in the jet in VR chat, your hands literally rest on a table in real world. All you have to do is slide your hand forwards and backwards on the table.
Well, yeah. Regardless, you still have to make more inputs than Roblox.
True,
exactly.
true.
It's
So
like-
with Roblox, their inputs are more instant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can move your mouse like literally centimeters, and that'll input, and it'll like yank your stick to the right.
Yeah.
But you see what I mean? It's still harder because we actually have to like physically like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
to make that little minor input.
I was
we have
only-
to move our hands so
I was
far.
I was only responding to Kali's point that you're holding your hand stable in midair, like Mr.
Yeah, of
Miyagi.
course.
Yeah, like that is situational. You could technically have a setup where you don't have to hold your hand in the air, but you still need that precision for the percentage of throttle and have a stable hand for the throttle input specifically, as in how fast you're going compared to the other planes. But the argument that you have to hold it in the air, it's kind of like situational.
Well, yeah. In Roblox specifically, you can set your throttle to let me say 10%, 25, 30%. And
Yeah.
you can just leave it there. It'll lock it at 500 miles per hour. You could go straight up, and it's not gonna lose 1 miles per hour of speed. It's just gonna stay at that specific speed while going just straight up.
Yeah, but at that point it would be a physics thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's like a game engine thing. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, like a
Because it
physics
has
thing.
gravity. It has gravity.
Well, yeah, it
To
has
the extent that
gravity,
can
but
slow it down.
for
It
example,
just
you
doesn't
need
add that.
the thing is you need to code the vehicle having wind resistance and having loss of energy and all that shit. Because
Yeah, that
Yeah,
you
they just have
actually
it.
have to
that is
physically go.
separate from gravity in the game itself. The gravity in the game affecting the plane is basically if the plane doesn't have X amount of speed minimum, it starts gliding down.
Yeah, like if they can code that into their game, then we can talk. But other from that,
I'm pretty sure it's
I
pretty
don't know
easy
about
to
it.
I
code.
think
It's
they
just
have. The last time I played on their thingy was not too long ago. I can still recall some certain things, but yeah, I think there was some sort of minor thing like that because their coder is pretty good. I'll give it to them. Their coder, he's a really good guy. Like he's awesome. Um, really good with the scripts and all that. But like I said, it once again, it just really all comes down to the
Like,
very
what's your
minor adjustments that VR players have to do, rather than, or sorry, the very
yeah, you're
yeah,
on
the very
point.
minor. You have to be like very
It depends
strategic
on
with
the
what you're
server,
doing.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, you have
Yeah,
to be
like you
more
have to know
focused on
what
your
you're doing.
hands than in
Exactly.
Roblox.
You have to be exactly, yeah. You have to be more focused in VR than in Roblox, because my argument once again is once you set your speed, you really don't have to touch it. At that point, it's just really all the movement of the mouse, right?
In case of Roblox, boxing might be probably the easiest position compared to real life. I mean, real life and Roblox, it might be the hardest.
Let's not
But in
bring real
Roblox,
life
you just
into
have to
this
set your
because
thing.
let's not bring real
Yeah,
life
we're
into
not.
this because that will shatter the whole fucking like foundation we build it upon because these are video games. They're all equal
Yeah.
in terms of they are mimicking reality. It just depends how well they're mimicking through their code. You cannot just
Yeah, I'm just
smash
talking
with
about
the
personal skill. Like,
oh
I'm just talking about personal skill. It takes a lot more to focus in real life and like any other game except from Roblox. It takes a lot more like
brain
focus.
cells.
Yeah, it takes a lot more brain cells to do anything else except for Roblox. Like it could easily be the easiest position in Roblox compared to everything else.
True, because all you have to do is like fly the maneuver and hope that everybody follows you.
Mm.
Well,
At
I
least
mean,
in
look at
No,
the
no
Roblox.
auto
BTFS
inputs or
games.
anything.
Well, yeah,
Look at
that's
the
what I'm saying.
BTFS
Like in
games.
Roblox,
Those are
because
fucking horrendous.
that's the thing. Like as you mentioned, you have set speed. You don't get affected by G's or altitude or loss of energy. You just set a speed with the keyboard, and it's there 100% of the time. So all the boss technically has to do is tap the speed percentage every now and then, depending on the maneuver, and just do the maneuver while everybody else is following. Compared to VR chat, where everybody has to basically be in sync.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's that with VR chat, everyone, it's like a rhythm almost. You have to like be in sync in order to have somewhat of a decent formation or some sort of a decent maneuver. Because if no one's in sync, if no one's cooperating, then there's no point, right? There's no point in doing that maneuver because at that point, it's just everyone's going to be wonky, right? But that's where a lot of training comes into play and a lot of
I
extra stuff that
guess
people may do.
I'm playing devil's advocate here because my stance on this is different than my arguments. I'm just listening to the arguments and I'm trying to think from the opposite perspective the whole time because that's how I like to do arguments. I'm like, okay, this is good. Why? Well, because of X reason. But X reason can be also bad in this scenario. This scenario. Anyway, for example, in Roblox, you still kind of need to be synchronized with your team. It's less of an effort because all you have to do is match your mouse movement and timing with the voice chat delay. But that's about it compared to VR chat, where you uh, have to have a steady hand
But
constantly.
that's the thing too now.
Yeah.
There are apps aside from what do you call this? Discord that don't have delay. That like try to minimize their delay for like certain games, like right, like esports games. I know a few apps that are specifically made for esports games that like kind of limit the delay. Like they tried to at least.
To be honest,
Right? You
at
can't
esports,
fully.
I
Huh?
think they just use like there is no delay at esports because they're literally next to each other on the same internet. For example, the delay between me and you, because we're on different fucking continents of the world, is going to be much larger than somebody that's literally next to you on the same internet.
Well, that's an esports center. That's where
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about like here racing leagues, right? This is gonna play a part in here in a second. Racing leagues, right? Like F1 F123 F124 racing leagues, right? They use these apps because they need to have consistent conversations with their engineer or TP team principal.
Yeah.
So they use these non-delaying apps. Like one of them is Trello or TeamSpeak. Like it's things like that that
True.
kind of delay, like not like they kind of minimize the delay. But either way, right? There's still the fact that once again, VR chat is a lot harder because you don't have a set speed almost.
Yeah.
Now that depends because there are some games that are buggy, right? But now we're talking about like a fully built game like ours, right? Something that's been developed and something that is not that wonky, right? You gotta keep in mind that for us we have to do constant movement. We're constantly moving. We're constantly moving, right? And we have to be focused on two things. Our hand placement, meaning like how we move our hand, how we manipulate our hand, and we have to be focused on the diamond or the solo, whatever position you may be flying, right? There's still constant movements and adjustments you have to make.
My
argument is that the throttle control with Roblox, there are some games that you can just set your throttle to like 25%, and you'll be cruising at a smooth like 200 or 100, whatever. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the same.
Yeah, you don't have a
Kobe,
set
right?
percentage. It's not like it's
Yeah, exactly.
physically clicking into spots. It's
You
literally
can.
based on where your hand is compared to the thing itself.
Exactly. Yeah, like you can do that, but it's a lot easier because you have a percentage that you can set your throttle to, right? And unless you're constantly changing your throttle speed, there shouldn't be a reason why. Like unless you're like changing for like setups or like maneuvers, yeah. To set up for a maneuver or like doing a maneuver, you like it's really only the mouse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The mouse timing and the delay in voice chat, that would be the only because we're at this point. Like I get the point with the pro leagues and stuff, but let's dumb it down to what we're doing technically. As in normal, like through Discord, through like I guess we have the option of TeamSpeak, but let's be real, who the fuck uses TeamSpeak for like VR chat, flying?
Do you want me to honestly tell you?
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible or that nobody ever uses it, but the percentage compared to somebody that like a team that uses Discord is much smaller.
Information, but they actually use TeamSpeak. See what I mean?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's there's literally nobody. The option is always there. It's just the percentage of teams that actually use TeamSpeak compared to
of course. It's barely even there.
That's why I mean by let's dumb it down to what like the generic setup would look like. The only like one of the only things that makes VR chat more difficult as well is the way the world is set up in terms of its accuracy and the hardware tracking. Those would be the biggest things that I would argue, like I would make the argument for skill, because you need to know how your hardware reacts constantly and how the world is constantly to be precise enough compared to Roblox, which As long as you have a fucking PC that can run Roblox at 60 FPS with no jitters, you're fine. Like somebody on the first, like on, let's say, Oculus Rift will have far more issues with like stability than somebody with a Quest 3 or a fucking Vive.
Oh, we should probably get to the like,
Yeah, main event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. We sidetracked a little there, but it was a good
we
argument.
sidetracked
We
for
had-
20 minutes.
It was a good
So,
discussion.
main topic.
But we
VR,
built a solid
is
foundation.
Chat Blue Angels better or is Thunderbirds better? Okay, so let's start off with the topic leads.
Yeah.
We're talking about leads. I'd say official BA. Well, if we're talking about main leads, I'm sorry.
BA has it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, BA has it.
Yeah, every time. Yeah, because Reese, he's amazingly, dude. Like, to me, I feel like he's flown every other position than like lead. Because when, like I said, when I was a trainee for their group for the official VR Chat Blue Angels, I was applying for a slot pilot, like the backup slot, because their slot pilot was already taken, but their backup slot, right? And he knew things to teach me, and I was like, damn, dude, like that's pretty cool. Like it's not just only lead things that he knows, and I found that interesting because it's like, like me, my experiences as a Thunderbird lead pilot, backup lead, it's like they're way different because I was always interested in lead pilot. I never really flew anything other than lead pilot, right? I tried to do like right and left wing, like just every now and then, right, to try it, see if I liked it. Never did, right? I was never a big fan of it. But there's definitely a difference in the skill if we're talking about lead pilots and prior lead pilots. There's definitely a skill gap there. Definitely.
Wait, right now we're technically comparing the BA lead to Brain Dead, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh.
And myself too, because I was one of the prior leads before Undead. Like even when I was lead pilot, because yes, I consider myself the lead pilot because the second Wilfred hired me, he kind of went AWOL. But that's besides the point. But like you see what I mean? Even me, I'm a pretty good lead pilot as is. I just need training. That's really it. Like I just really need not training in like the way you think I do.
Getting back in the
but, like,
saddle.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like settling back in. That's really it, right? And then getting back into formation. That's really it. But like, see what I mean? Even when I was a lead pilot, there was a huge skill gap there. Like this dude he's pretty good at his job. That's what he's supposed to be good at.
Correct me
So
if
it's
I'm
like,
wrong. He's the same, the BA leader. He's the same that gave that speech on the air show on Saturday about the changing avatars and stuff.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. By personality and attitude alone, he's like a much better leader.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, skill can be improved constantly, and it can always change. But I think the core, like trait of boss or like
pilot.
number one, a lead pilot, is their personality and the way they interact with their team, the people that show up at the air show, etc. And to be honest, like the BA just landslide skill, personality, like it's like as kids put it nowadays, no diff.
Yeah. They like kind of check all the boxes, and it's like,
yeah,
they're pretty good. But now with the Thunderbirds, right?
Oh God.
Hold on. Like with the Thunderbirds, even when I was lead, we didn't really have in-person shows. They have more in-person shows than we do. right? But like we
Yeah.
do stream shows
Because of
pretty
our
much.
world.
Oh no,
Yeah, exactly.
the whole example with the how he interacted with the uh like the crowd before the show, it was more of a point of personality, not the fact that they have in-person air shows. Like you
Well,
guys
no,
are limited
that's
by the
my point.
world. That's a different story.
No, no, but that's my point. That's what I'm trying to say. Like with us, we have more stream shows, so we can't really interact, right? With them, they have more in-person shows, so you actually get to see like their personality, like in person almost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can actually like see rather
Yeah,
than hopping on a Twitch stream and then trying to interact. Because there's really only one person that can interact with the viewers. That's the person that is streaming the show. And even
yeah.
then, we're not really interacting with them. They're really just watching, if anything. Like we're really not interacting with them because we are busy trying to focus, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
We
like I
could
feel like
make
if we
it,
had
The
more
thing
in-person
is,
shows, we could definitely improve that.
the the thing is, it's more like the thing is we know Brain Dead, how like we know his personality, and we know like I've seen like based on my one experience of the BA leader, personality wise, that's my like my point is that he seems a more equipped leader. Hell,
Yeah, of
even
course.
you like it like I've seen how hot-headed you can be sometimes, Cuban, but I swear to God, you're still a much better lead than or personality wise than Brain Dead.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's the reason I'm not gonna be an asshole here, but the main reason he really took my spot was because I kind of fell off. What I mean by fell off is I wasn't trying, right? Because I was busy with racing season, and I had a whole bunch of other things that I had to worry about.
Yeah,
Priority, right?
yeah,
That's really why.
it
But
that's
if I would
fair.
have
It's just
constantly educated myself and been constant, I probably would still have my position. Not saying that he's not a good lead, because he's a pretty good lead. I've seen him lead.
Mm.
He's pretty good. Personality wise, he can be a little cocky sometimes. He can, even though he hasn't earned the right to be cocky, he can be cocky at times. He can kind of be an asshole too, sometimes.
I'm gonna be
Like,
I'm gonna be a full blown ass here.
go
Like,
ahead, yeah.
okay, uh, like when I met Collie, he asked me if I would like to be the cameraman for the Thunderbirds, and I accepted because he's my friend and I want to help him out, and I love doing YouTube, so it was like second nature to me. Um, I met Undead, I met Lupin, like I started getting along with the team. Swear to God, 3 days in, I just wanted to fucking kick Undead in the balls because of his attitude and the way he communicates with his team. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know the BA leader that well, but based on that
Yeah.
one scenario, like that first impression,
Yeah, exactly.
was my
Like
point.
I'm not tight with him like that, but we've had like interactions, like because we were on the same team, literally. We
Yeah,
had to have interactions.
yeah,
And like even then, right? Or we were like meaning like I was his trainee, right? Like even then, right? The times that he had like the times that he could get on, because at the time his Wi-Fi was acting up and he really couldn't get on. But like even then, when we had little short talks, like that talk when he had like that we had when he was teaching me stuff, he didn't have to. He really didn't. That's not his job, to be very honest with you. It's not his job, really. I should have came more prepared, but it's not his job as a lead pilot, and he wasn't the lead pilot at that time. Like he was kind of on LOA almost, right? Because he had Wi-Fi and a whole bunch of other stuff. But he didn't have to. Like he literally called me out of Denny's, dude. That's just to prove he had to use Denny's Wi-Fi because his Wi-Fi wouldn't work.
the thing is,
So
the undead you're speaking of and the brain dead I fucking met are like two different
I'm
fucking
not talking
people.
about Undead. I'm talking about Reese.
Oh, my bad,
Oh,
my
yeah.
bad.
No, you're good. It's like even like the
Recess.
short recess. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Even the little
Yeah,
short
recess.
interactions we've had, they've been phenomenal. Like he wasn't an asshole. He wasn't trying to be slick. right? Not saying that Undead does these things, but like, it's like he wasn't trying to be an ass. He wasn't slick. He wasn't, he wasn't doing things to bother me or provoke me. He was honestly there to teach and have fun almost, and like just be friendly, not be an
Yeah, but
asshole.
now he's gotten the power pen like usually a little bit to his head, and like, he just doesn't. He's had an ego, and it's like,
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
another thing.
you're doing worse, and I'm doing better, kind of.
Yeah,
Another thing is, I know it doesn't really matter this much, but just keep into account that Recess, he's an adult, so he does all the adult stuff.
Okay,
He's
uh,
supposed
younger
to
than
be
I'm
mature.
hold on,
younger
hold
than
on, hold
and
on.
I know what I'm doing wrong.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Collie, but I have to shut your fucking argument down into the fucking core of the earth because you are genuinely the youngest person I know and I talk to and I have in my friends list, and you're more mature than Brain Dead on a fucking good day. Your argument
Well, I
of
mean, like
age
Recess is
has
more mature than
nothing.
me, so
Yeah,
and
it's
no,
taking
just
into account that
that's
he's older, he
that's
has
not his
more
point
like
though.
stuff.
His point is that despite him being older and mature, it doesn't matter, right?
yeah.
Like maturity, yes, maturity plays a huge part in leading, right? Because you have to know when to cut it out.
You have to know how
Because
to
you're a
interact
leader.
with people.
You're a leader. You have to know when to cut it out and when to like make little small jokes. Like you have to know.
It
And
doesn't
if you
matter your
don't,
age. Your age is irrelevant to
yeah,
this.
exactly. You're eight. Like I know 6-year-olds that are more mature than me. Like literally, like I know 6-year-olds that are more mature than me in
That's great.
many aspects, which seems funny. It may seem funny to you guys, but it's true. Age doesn't matter. Age doesn't play a part in maturity. It really just maturity
It
really comes with life experiences.
Yeah,
Right?
I would say it comes with personality because if you
That too.
like you could be
Because
like even if you go through like a lifetime's worth of like life experiences that
yeah,
should change somebody. If you're a fucking dickhead at the core, you're not gonna change from like those life experiences. You're just gonna go through them
hard.
with a chip on your
Yeah,
shoulder.
and that's the issue.
My point with the adult thing was like he can like for example, kids can't really like what's the word? He can't set up like for example legal stuff like if their team gets in any trouble with all of that. Um maybe one of their team members does something goofy and they have to sort it out or maybe they want to partner with a real life like company. Kids can't really set that up.
I
But Recess, since he's an adult,
don't.
he can do that.
I would argue that's irrelevant to the role of
Absolutely
lead.
not. Yeah, that's irrelevant because I think at like 15 or 16 you can actually like represent yourself in court, something like that. Like you have pretty much.
The
No, I mean, it's just a pro.
it depends by
Like
the
that.
country and shit. But the
Yeah,
point
it depends on
is
the country.
the
But you
point
don't
is that
necessarily have to be 18 to perform legal actions.
I know
Against someone.
YouTubers that at 16 started getting sponsors and shit on
Me?
YouTube.
I mean, like, yeah, when I was 14, I still cart, right? But not as much as I used to. I have sponsors. I started earning my sponsors at the age of 14, literally. So you see what I mean there? Sponsors just, they don't care how old you are. They just want to see if you're persistent and you're good, right? That's with anything, any company.
Well, let's be more realistic. Sponsors just want to make money. If they see a young talent and
But
they can
my
make
point
money
is-
off of it, they
But
will.
my point is, despite if they're chasing money or not, they don't care how old you are.
It don't
They
matter
just
to
wanna know
them.
you're good. Yeah, it doesn't matter to them.
If
They
you
don't
can
care
give
if
them
you're
money in the pockets just
Time.
by being you, that's enough for
Exactly.
them.
That's the same thing with another company, right? As long as they're making money off of you, like let's say we partner with, I don't know, a small little.
Beats, let's say
Excuse
Beats.
me.
You have to use
Smart-
Beats headsets.
We partner with a small company, right? It's not that like, how can I say? It's not that the company wants money, because every company wants money, believe it or not. Like,
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're family-owned company, like you want money, one way or another, because you have to make money in order to keep that company alive.
Yeah.
So you have to hire employees and all this, but doesn't matter. That's besides the point, right? Let's say we were to sponsor with somebody, a local company, right? A little small local company. Doesn't matter how old we are, as long as they can make money to
Or
keep
at
the
least
company alive. Who
publicity.
care less?
Like the bare
Yeah.
minimum for a sponsor to even have an interest in you is okay, they can at least spread our name more to a more modern generation. That's the bare fucking minimum. If they see
Yeah.
financial gain by sponsoring you, that's even better.
Ooh, that is.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
golden.
Yeah, you're golden. Yeah, exactly. But now, once again, that financial stuff comes into play with skills, right? Because no sponsor wants you if you're ass.
Well,
Doesn't
that
matter if they make
depends.
money off you or not. No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Well,
There's a
no,
goal for it.
that depends
Sponsors
because
don't
you
want you
could.
if you're ass.
Well, no, hold on. You could be horrible at something, but if you're likable, like people still, because people love an underdog. So if you're sponsoring an underdog, as long as he's likable and people will support him through the company, through the sponsors and all that, they can, like, it doesn't matter how shit you are as long as you're likable or you can at least make revenue out of who you are. Usually companies would go for like the big like the people that win, but at the same time in competitions second place wins more than for example in beauty contests, let's say like the winner wins money from the like show, the number two in the competition will always get sponsors or deals or contracts that other companies would like really look forward to because the winner already got the fame. The winner already made its name. The number two spot, however, is still ripe for they want more. They still want to succeed compared to the winner who thinks that they made it at the top of the world. It really depends what the sponsor is looking for, but there's many cases where you can be shit but be a nice person and still gain a lot of sponsors out of it.
True.
In any case, the whole fucking like legal shit is irrelevant to what the core like reason of
Exactly.
being a leader is. Because your lead, you need to be um like a balance
Likable.
between firm and compassionate. You have to be understanding and like strict. You have to have a balance between these things. Like you don't have to be a know-it-all, but at the same time, you don't have to be a moron.
Yeah,
Because
I agree with that.
the biggest example, and this is one of the reasons why I argued with Braindead in the first fucking week. Lupin was struggling with maintaining throttle control, and Braindead would just you need to know this. It's your job to know this instead of actually trying to fucking help him out.
Yeah.
Same another scenario after the argument. Lupin was having problems with his headset for like half an hour. Like they were all lined up at the runway and they were all fucking cracking jokes and not paying attention while Lupin was constantly saying, "My headset isn't working. Can somebody help me?" Literally, when Lupin finally got back into the world, Braindead has problems with his headset, and everybody had to stop what they were doing and like fondle his balls to help him get his fucking headset back to work. I had that on camera and showed it to Matthews. Like that was the most like disrespectful things I've seen. And that was after I said that the only reason why I'm still being a cameraman is because of my promise to Kali. Like JC literally makes me want to do my best camera work for the air show. I'm actually eager to see the fucking air show because of the type of person he is, the type of leader he is. He's not perfect. He doesn't know everything, and he still relies on
Nobody.
Kali. But at the same time, I want to see the air show because I like I have a vested interest in seeing them succeed. Compared to Brain Dead, I want to fucking bash my head on a wall by being in the same voice chat as him. Like, oh, here we go, another 2 fucking hours of him, like bragging, then complaining and shouting for another fucking half an hour. So yeah, lead BA, landslide.
Yeah.
Next.
Number 2. We take it by
the real
order, I
team.
assume.
Say again.
Now let's get on with the real team.
I would say number 2, since we're like it would be the easiest to take them by number order.
I feel like the Blue Angels were a lot better because one, their comms are a lot more simpler, like coming left, coming right, coming further right, coming further left.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so we're moving on to real life now.
Whoa, hold on. I'm gonna defend the BA here. What the fuck are you talking about? Their comms are way more organized, and what I mean by way more organized,
Yeah, I
their
said
comms
they're
are
a lot
harder.
I said their comms are a lot better.
No, harder.
How?
It is, their comms are not that simple like you put them. I've seen their comms and I've had to read their comms. They are not that simple, Bubba. Like, they're ridiculously hard. It's not coming left, coming right. No. Their comms are pretty advanced, dude.
Are you referring to the comms that they're using in flight, or the comms that the actual BA are using and they're referencing off of?
Flight.
Okay.
Yeah, like their flight ones. They're not that simple.
Well, I guess that's just a personal thing to me, I guess.
Maybe
that's
I
fair.
don't know.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, the last time, it's been a while. Don't get me wrong, but for the last, from what I remember, they weren't that easy. They were kind of like ours almost, but a lot more organized. Definitely a lot more organized.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably more organized, but we have more complicated comms.
Yeah, that is true. Like, listen,
a lot more in detail comms.
I had to listen to the comms for hours on end. To be honest, they sound very gibberish at certain points.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but at least we like know.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like a pilot talk. We know exactly what no one else is really supposed to or needs to know it.
Yeah.
The thing is,
we just know exactly what's happening.
Like,
yeah, that I'll agree on. It's that, like,
I wouldn't say it's pilot talk that much. Like, it's just the way they're sentenced, I guess, or it's just you're repeating the same sentence like 3-4 times at certain points, and not only is it repetitive as fuck, it's just I don't even understand what they're trying to achieve with it instead of using simpler flight terms. Because
what, Thunderbirds or Blue Angels?
I'm talking about Thunderbirds because I had to listen to Brain Dead for fucking hours on end.
They have a preparation call for preparation calls, kind of.
Dude, that's wild.
Yeah, it's what's it called? It depends, because like most of the time, it actually, like, when they're saying it multiple times, they're doing it like more, like when they say throttle coming back, coming right on back, throttle coming back. That means they're like the first time they say it, it's coming back a little bit. The second time they're saying it's adding a little less or easing a little bit more of the throttle. So it actually does mean something. Like,
yeah, I know. It's just
99% of the time. So
to be honest, I'm basing this off of old comms from Brain Dead, not JC's comms, because JC's comms sound much clearer to an extent.
Well, yeah, because he says it slower to an extent, but like
at least it's, to be honest, I would argue that is much better for the fucking team.
Well, I mean, yeah, the real life. Undead was more like real life oriented. Like, he was doing it exactly how real
True.
life comms were.
However,
And again, I'm pretty sure
Plus it's pilot talk.
hasn't he been with you guys for like a good year now?
Yeah. Plus it's pilot talk. So
well, the argument that it's pilot talk is fucking nonsense because I understand pilot talk. I can understand pilot talk even though I'm not an actual fucking pilot. And Dart, which is doing like actual pilot school and shit, listened to your comms and gave you the arguments that it's gibberish.
Well, it's Thunderbirds pilot talk.
Well, literally what I said that well, is the Thunderbirds like do the Thunderbirds invent their own language in pilot talk?
I mean, kind of, yeah.
So at that point, it's not pilot talk; it's Thunderbirds talk.
Yeah, man.
Thunderbirds pilot talk, because like not all the.
Yes, it is
sounds-
pilot talk, but it's Thunderbirds pilot talk. Because if I'm pretty sure that if you use Thunderbirds pilot talk to normal pilots, they would act as confused as somebody
What the
that's never heard
fuck?
them.
What
Like the fuck are you talking about?
But yeah, they don't need to know because they're not.
That's what I'm saying. So at that point, you might as well classify it as Thunderbirds talk or
Fuck you
BA
talking
talk,
about?
because you're not really using like that. My point is that it can sound very gibberish, especially if you say it very quickly. Slowing it the fuck a little, like JC does, is a mix of both worlds, like the best of both worlds, because you have the Thunderbird comms, but you can actually fucking understand them as a fucking pilot flying with you.
Yeah.
Even if you are accustomed to, like, let's say you flew for the BAs, you flew for the Wreck Thunderbirds, you flew for like so many teams, and you're accustomed to hearing like 5,000 sentences per minute. Yeah, like at one point when you meet that one fucking leader that's like, "Alright, power coming back right on up, power coming back right on up," like you're not flying as fast as a real jet. That's the thing. That's the major differences between VR and your comms, because you might like your screens might say 600 kilometers an hour, but you're not actually moving at 600 kilometers an hour in fucking VR chat.
Well, I mean, like, it's different because what's it called? VR chat simulates motion differently, and it might.
That's my
different,
point. That's my point. Like, and
well,
this is kind of like
you're not moving in real life. But
you're missing. My point is that I understand that you guys are trying to be like, and this applies for all fucking teams, to be honest. I understand being accurate to what you're representing because you're trying to reenact the Thunderbirds in VR. But at the same time, you have to remember you're doing it in VR. You're some things won't translate the same way something from a movie wouldn't translate into a book and vice versa. Why do you think the Lord of the Rings has fucking billions of pages in its books, yet the movies can like had to cut major portions of them?
Booty shit, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah. And to be
Yeah,
honest,
good,
like
bro.
you cannot expect all pilots in VR chat to like learn this shit religiously for a couple like what 2-3 years.
Yeah.
So wait, what about solos comms? That's one thing.
they're
Um,
mostly,
So
like,
I
if you're talking
think
about like turning
if it would be
in.
it would be the solo comms. I feel like it would be a lot more like reasonable to choose Blue Angels.
I'm not gonna hold you.
Oh, yeah. They're
I
more,
feel like
com-
solo
they're more,
comms
like,
have
complicated,
has
I
like
guess.
kind of. I feel
Like,
like
it's a lot
I
like
think
you can
they're
understand it a lot more. Like wait,
like-
what do you guys call it? You'd be like 8,000 smoke, something like that. Well, with like Blue Angels, it'd be like mile mark 1 smoke on contact, blah 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 blah. Ready, hit it.
Well, yeah, because like only they know what 8,000 smoke means. So Thunderbird.
I assume 8,000 meters, miles, or like it's a distance point.
Yes.
Yes, okay. compared to JC, help me out here. You at one point have to say like 450 something.
What is going on? Give me a second, please. Hold on.
No, but the thing is with the Thunderbird comms, start with the Blue Angels comms. Sometimes like they'll speak gibberish, literally. Like they want to enunciate. They want to enunciate it. Like they won't try to enunciate it.
Yeah, they
That's
will
not a bad
just.
thing.
There we go. Hello.
They will like fucking
Okay.
auction speed
Hello?
talk.
Wait, hello. Okay, hold on.
Hello.
Leo, say it one more time. So because I wasn't touching my PC and it shut off for a second. So go ahead and say it.
There's a sentence where you have to say for 50 right on, something like that.
Oh, nose coming up for 50 right
Okay.
on.
Okay, nose coming up for 50. Are you like technically on pilot knowledge? Does that mean you're fucking pushing it to 50 AOE?
No, that means that's your
No, I'm
airspeed.
saying 450, like 450.
Yeah, 450. Okay. So that
Okay,
should be your
something
airspeed.
450.
It doesn't translate like that though. Nose coming up 450. Like
And then for Blue Angels, if you want to do just want to do like a loop or something, you'd be like, no, we do.
And that means like it's not very specific. Like yeah, you're going up, but it's Thunderbirds talk.
yeah,
No one else needs to know it. So
fair enough.
it's not gibberish. Just no one else needs to know it. So
I guess it all. Yeah, for the most part, it really relies on who is saying, like the leader saying the comms. Because if they're doing the fucking auction house where they're saying 5,000 numbers per second, for 55, 55, 55, 60, 65, 50, like at that point that's gibberish. Even if you are saying actual numbers, like that's my kind of my main problem with comms in general for like most teams. You guys can compare how gibberish they sound between each other in terms of like pilot speak, but
I give startup comms, and I'm just gonna say this because I feel like Thunderbirds would do it a lot, so they give it some time. But for Blue Angels to be like, check support for arm, chicken ignore, my hang is 000, and all that, it's like gibberish. And for like startups for Thunderbirds, it's like start one, ready now.
Yeah, I get it.
yeah.
Like
They're like
we all you
Yeah,
can't really compare it because both teams have both kind of like
Issues.
kind of times when they want to say their comms and like what kind of speed,
I guess we can agree to disagree, but the main point is that both have major issues in their own way.
Yeah.
yes.
yeah.
For what's it called? For like one of the fastest things that are said, for Thunderbirds at least, it's like, for example, this is something that most people or most non-Thunderbirds pilots wouldn't know when you're saying fuck, what was it? I had it in my mind and I was gonna say it. No, it's check dogfight switch inboard arm smoke. That means there's a little button right on the side of your throttle, and it's the dogfight switch, right? That activates the smoke. So basically, you need to pushing it, and then the smoke is getting ready, right? And when you say smoke on ready now, you're actually ready to do it, and smoke on ready now. So for Blue Angels, it's just smoke on.
Or no, for them it's standby.
Or be like,
Smoke on already now.
Smoke on.
Well, that's the thing. For them, it's stand by the smokes. Smoke's on, ready now. Or they won't even say that. They'll just say, stand by the smokes. Smoke's on.
Smoke off.
No,
Yeah,
they don't even say smoke on. I mean, they don't even say stand by. They just say smoke on for BA.
Yeah, so like take smoke from your arm, smoke on. Smoke off.
So like, if you didn't like, if you weren't like, if you were like a new pilot or something,
weren't paying
you'd
attention
be more
yet.
ready. Yeah, if you weren't paying attention, you'd be more likely to turn on your smoke for Thunderbirds because you're given more time to process that signal. It's easier to time it, right? Because you're like, stand by smoke, smoking ready now. Or even just saying smoke on ready now.
So just say
That's
the
like,
simple
you're
one
giving,
slower.
well, yeah, that's kind of, like, sometimes it's just not an option.
That's bullshit. It's not an option. It's always an option.
Sometimes.
It's like saying it's not an option to put the garlic on bread because it takes time.
Well, I mean, like, sometimes you just need to say things at a certain pace.
And that is my point
Sometimes it's
with
kind of
the
required.
accuracy. Like I get it. You guys like both BA and Thunderbirds are mimicking or and trying to be as faithful as possible to the real life thing. But again, my core argument against most of the gibberish and the bullshit is that you are in fucking VR chat. Adapt to that. And it's not my point isn't that oh it's VR chat, don't take it seriously. It's just a game. My point is that you have to adapt the stuff for what you're doing. It might the real life comms and stuff might apply to DCS. They might apply to War Thunder, but they will like they wouldn't apply to Roblox. They wouldn't apply to VR chat. And I would argue that they don't apply to fucking War Thunder.
Well, I mean, like, sometimes you don't need to, like, adapt.
Dude.
You're pretty much fine. We're
Yo,
already fine with the certain, like, timing, you know? Like, the pace. The pace, most of the time, the fastest you can say it is probably what the fastest the real life Thunderbirds have said it. So, we're fine with the timing and however fast you say it, as long as you know what he's saying. Other people don't need to hear or even comprehend what they're saying. As long as the pilots know.
So why even have comms in live streams then?
Because like I kind of need to hear. So
No, I'm talking when I live stream because I live streamed 2 air shows by now, and I had to like I asked you, should I have your guys' comms on live stream, and you said yes.
well, I mean, because like there's no reason why we shouldn't. Because
So at that point, it's not only.
live stream.
So at that
If
point,
my live stream has it, why can't yours?
well,
There's
that's
no
my
reason
point.
We're not trying to
If
keep it directly private what we're saying. They
Kali,
just don't need to know.
Kali, my point is that if you are gonna have it for live streams and for air shows, then it can't be gibberish. Like your argument is falling apart on its foundation that it's Thunderbird speak, not everybody needs to understand it, yet everybody needs to hear it. It's kind of like having a
No,
fucking.
nobody needs to hear it.
So why have it in live stream?
Because if mine has it in there, because I need to actually visit, like I need to hear it. If I need to hear it, might as well have it on your live stream too.
You do know you can mute in OBS the specific channel where yeah.
I wasn't using OBS and I need to have it on for other shows and demonstrations, so I didn't have enough time to like, you know, because we're briefing, we're doing all that stuff. Might as well have it in there because it doesn't really matter that much anyways.
In any
Right,
case,
They don't.
Then getting to where he needs to hear it, and he's not using.
yeah, but
OBS.
that's what I'm saying. If he was streaming through OBS, he could literally
using
press the button that mutes desktop. That's like the game, the Discord, everything else besides his microphone. He could mute both.
Music.
Well, you have the music as a separate thing on the soundboard.
No, not.
You can in OBS. You can set specific.
But I'm flying.
In OBS, you literally create a sound source and select your soundboard. So whatever you play on the soundboard can be heard, but you wouldn't have to hear the planes. You wouldn't have to hear Discord. You wouldn't have to hear your own mic. And you just press stream.
I don't have time to. I don't have time.
Well, you do it before. So you even go live.
2, I'm not using OBS.
Yeah, that's on you, my man.
Well, yeah, that is on me. In 3, JC's playing the music, so what's the point of doing all that?
Yeah, but yeah,
There's certain timings,
again, like I said, and I don't want to sound like those weird like comparison like people, but it's honestly to like what people like.
Yeah, at this point, it's whether they want to hear the comms or not. In any case, let's move on from the comms. We agreed that both sides have issues. We agreed that it's basically a
Flaws,
personal taste at this point.
Yeah. So I'm gonna what do I even what are we gonna settle on points? Because I have
One
VR
for
BA.
BA, tie for comms, and
So give
300 points
you
because
want to
one
both of
was
them.
better information on the thing.
Yo, no, I want to
Okay,
mention
I'm
though,
just gonna
real quick. I do want to mention real quick though, that thing that Leo said about the fucking garlic bread that that couldn't have been executed like that. Like, yeah, dude, that was fucking phenomenal. If I can give you a high five, I would.
I would
That was
I would
funny
give
as
the
shit.
high five back.
Dude, that was funny as shit. That was pretty funny. I'm
We
not gonna lie.
cannot do
That
it
was,
slow. It takes time. Oh, we
yeah,
cannot put
dude.
garlic on the bread. It takes time. Bitch, it's garlic bread.
Yeah,
Put it
that's
on.
hilarious, dude. That's hilarious.
In any
I mean, like,
case,
why not?
what would be
It just
left?
depends on the lead. It just depends on the lead.
Yeah,
Personal
we do.
preference.
We kind of. I
It's
made
not a
that
requirement
argument.
that you say it fast.
And
It's
now,
just
here's my
recommended.
last question before me and Cody have to go. Which one likes better information?
Yeah,
Which one's
the
better information?
Ooh. Well,
I
if
have
we're
to give a
talking
point
about
for both of them.
yeah, if we're talking about a solid team that has been training with each other, right?
oh yeah, I was about to say, are we talking just the maneuvers themselves or the whole package, as in how
Yeah,
the
like with
team
their
flies
current
them?
team, or
Because
what
like
do you
the
mean?
team like I'd say it takes a lot more. I'm gonna get flamed for this. I'm a BA. If you're watching this, I'm sorry. It takes a lot more skill to fly a Thunderbird formation because we are pulling harder, as JC knows. It's one of the things he was like, "Oh, y'all pull hard as shit." That's one of the first things he brought up. So it takes more skill. I'm not saying the BA can't do it. I'm just saying it just takes more skill
You're
overall
under more pressure
to
because even the smallest mistake is far more impactful than at low speeds and low pulls.
yes.
And I will second
Yes.
that. And I'm not biased. I'm criticizing Thunder. I give as I get. If I get shit from either BA or Thunderbirds in terms of maneuvers, comms, air show, quality, I'll give back the
That's your
same.
fault, because you can fix that. You know what I mean? Like
All right. So what's the
train with your team.
what's the count? What's the what's the point
count?
count?
BA1,
Including
tie for comms.
including including so it's 1-1, and I need to add one more thing. We have what's it called? What's the word? Oh yeah, in my opinion, this is a kind of an opinion thing. It takes a lot more time to get used to the F-16 formation than the F-18 because people like 90%. If you talk to anyone, they will say the F-18 is more of a starter jet compared to any other jet. Like in DCS, it's easy. It's faster to start up an F-18 than F-16 because there's a lot more steps and a lot more everything, and that also applies to the control systems. And the control systems for VR chat, DCS, I'm guessing real life I wouldn't know. I don't have experience, obviously, but the stick control and the speed, it's a lot. The F-16 is a lot more unstable at low speeds, or most of the time at low speeds, and it's just a lot harder to fly than I'd say the F-18.
Also, isn't the
In my personal
F-16
opinion.
designed to fly unstable?
Well, yeah, I mean
Yeah, it's
unstable,
meant to
like
pull
literally
like hella fucking
unstable,
G's. Yeah.
Yeah,
like unstable even while
flying
like
straight.
the flight control, like the fly-by-wire flight controls make it more stable. But even with that, at low speeds, once you're like inverted at like 150,
Oh no, I meant
plane
in
just kind of
general
starts to
as a
tweak out.
design. Like it was designed to be unstable
yes.
because it's more
Well, no.
maneuverable.
It was
no,
designed to be
okay.
unstable.
Yeah.
It just makes it more unstable
Mainly-
and more uncontrollable at
So
low speeds.
the reason it was made unstable, or it was made to pull G's pretty much.
Yeah.
So the F-16 Fighting Falcon, or whatever the fuck it's called, 16 Eagle, whatever you want to call it, I
Viper.
don't care. Viper,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
Or electric jet.
The F-18 is really meant to be a. Yes, it's a fighter jet. Yes, that's obvious, but it's really meant to be a dogfighting jet. Like it was really made once again to be unstable in the fact, like unstable in a way where you can pull some crazy shit and throw off your opponent, right, or your
Yeah.
enemy. That's why it was meant to be that way.
By
right?
stable, I mean
formation, it just kind of its job is not formation, so it just makes that harder
yeah.
because
Its
the
main
flight
purpose
controls are a
is
lot more
dogfighting.
instantaneous.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I meant by
exactly.
unstable. Yes, it's a
Yeah.
benefit. It's a design benefit for what the thing was made in the first place. But if we're talking just flying from A to D, F-18 is built better for that than the F-16. The F-16 is designed for dogfights. That is clear. And in formation flying, that is a major detriment compared to an F-18.
Oh no, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So once again, F-18, I'd say it's a little more easier. F-16 is a lot more harder to fly, especially because the main purpose it serves, dogfighting, right? It's not meant to be flown lightly. It's meant to be put to its, like, literally pushed to the absolute limits.
Because if
It
you
was
don't,
meant
you're
to be
fucked.
that way. And it's always been that way. The F-16, I'm pretty sure, will never ever rebuilt, or will never be like refurbished to be like a slow, like civilian aircraft. It's always gonna be the F-16 meant to kill. Literally, it's meant to kill.
Meant to go
It was
fast.
designed to kill.
Wouldn't you make the argument that all military jets are meant to kill at that point?
No, but not.
It's meant
What
to
I
kill.
mean by not in the way that the F-16 was built. Like I said, the main purpose of the F-16 was to be fast and hella maneuverable, like the F-22 almost, right? Literally, if you want to, you can actually call it like the little cousin or the little brother of the F-22 because it's meant to like do some insane shit in a dogfight.
True.
Rather than an F-18, yes, they are built to be fast and dogfight, but
To be honest,
not
F-18s are.
F-16.
I would argue that F-18s were built for a multi-role purpose.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Yes. Yes, exactly. They're a multi-role aircraft, right? They're like, yes, they're still fixed wing, but they're still a fighter jet. They still have the capabilities of dogfighting, but not the way the F-16 was made.
Yeah.
Like I said, the all-purpose reason for the F-16 was primarily dogfighting.
What was
really
it?
What?
That's really it.
Holly.
Oh, you guys have to go?
Hold on, yeah. One sec. I'm already in the game.
Yeah,
One thing I'd say: the F-18 is meant to kill. The F-16 is meant to murder.
Yes.
yes. Literary people.
Yes, so it's a lot harder to form in an F-16 because it's just not built for like level, straight, tight formation flying. Because
Yeah,
just a lot
It's
of
yeah. Stable flying in an F-16 is like driving a bicycle with a fucking missing wheel.
For real.
or no seat.
But
bro.
anyway, I'm gonna.
A bicycle with a seatbelt? What kind of bicycles do you guys have?
Yeah, dude, a bicycle with no fucking seat. Literally, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, dude. It's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, without a seat. Yeah, it sounded like you said seatbelt. I was like, what? Kali, you're
I'm gonna
echoing.
post a score. Hold on. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna post a score. Oh, right now it's VRCBA 1, VRCTB 2 because of the thingies.
And once again, to the screen, these aren't biased opinions. These are facts, honestly. I'm not a very
We clarified which are biased opinions and which are facts. Like, I'm
Well,
pretty
all of my
sure.
opinions aren't biased at all.
Well,
Like I said, I've been on both teams, so that's why.
that just
me and
because you've
JC
been
have
on
to head
both
out.
teams doesn't mean you don't have a bias. Like if you could drive a Ferrari and a Lamborghini, you would still have a bias towards one of them.
Well, I mean, that depends once again because, like, I'm not a biased person. See, so
All right, me
what
and
I mean
JC have
by
to
I
head
play on
out.
both teams,
So
it just means that I have both
I
two different opinions on each team. Literally,
uh
I'm not an expert, but
put
I
it,
have a pretty
Cuban,
clear understanding of both teams.
can we put a pin on that real quick so JC and Kali can say farewell properly.
yeah, but all right, yeah, we gotta go. So
But yeah,
Oh,
all right, later.
take care, mates. Good luck practicing. JC, you good?
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine. Good luck practicing, mate. Good luck out there. Back to the unbiased thing. It's really, really difficult to
Yeah.
be unbiased. Like, if like personally, when I make reviews or make kind of what we were doing here, like making a comparison between two things, I will still have a bias. However, based on how I form my arguments, you can tell whether I'm biased or not. For example, if I said I like the F16 more, but the F18 is better, you can tell which one is my bias and which one is factual and like removes my bias based on the facts.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. It, hmm. I'm trying to remember what the whole purpose with the bias thing started.
With the because we were comparing the F16 and the F18, like the kind of purpose of them. Like I was explaining the purpose of it, right? Like
Oh yeah, no,
the
no, it was
F16
right
is a lot
after
harder.
that because we kind of clarified,
Oh,
like, yeah, they
yeah, kind
have different purposes.
of. Yeah, I forgot.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the score.
Yes,
Yeah, and you said, and then you made the claim about the being unbiased part. We can tell that you weren't unbiased based on the like the factual arguments you made compared to what you prefer. Like you mentioned, personally, I like this, and then you actually said something that is subjective. Compared to when we discussed which is a better team leader, which is a better uh, comms, which is better in terms of jets and difficulty and stuff. Like those, you made objective claims throughout all of that, so you cannot like nobody can claim you were biased.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, because I had, like I said, I had opinions for everything. Like even some of the things I said about the Thunderbirds weren't very positive, right?
yeah.
Like
I do
I
think
still
the
have,
Thunderbirds are a great team. It's just
of course,
yeah,
yeah, their pilots are amazing. Like I said, I got to lead a few of them. The main two are Coley and Matthews. They're amazing people. I love them. No homo. Like there's nothing gay about that. But like I love them. They're like my family almost. Like, and that's the other thing too is that I've seen what they can do. I've seen what they've done. Right. So I know. But with the Blue Angels, I don't really know most of their team. Like I know some of their team because once again, I was a trainee. But you know, it's not like the brotherhood I have with the Thunderbirds, right? Like I actually bonded with them in a way. That's why I've always liked them.
yeah,
What I mean by like them is that's why I've always been on the team,
yeah. And
despite being retired, despite being what I am now, Thunderbird, public affairs.
yeah,
I've always liked them because I've always bonded with them, right?
yeah,
It's not just their skill level or whatever. Any other thing that may factor in. I've always liked them because they're like brothers to me. They're like brothers and sisters. Now that we have a female on the team, so
I think if I remember correctly, there's like two or three, but the only one I know of and I've
Jade.
actually met was Jade. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the other ones. I haven't met any of them, but
At least based off of names and pictures in the server.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're going based off that. If we're assuming, then probably
Yeah.
yeah. There's probably a few females on the team. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Like biological females.
Oh, okay. You opened the can of worms.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I don't mind having this discussion. It's just personally, I fucking hate politics, and I think they're the most worthless pile of fucking garbage on the planet right now.
I do
But
too. As of now, yes. I've always liked politics because I've always had some strong stands on politicians and politics. But besides all that, like I'm gonna like hint at it. Like that was it. That was my only hint at it. Like I'm not gonna. If you want to speak on it, you can, dude.
my
provide
only
my
stance on
right.
politics is, can we just fucking get along and stop fucking
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
stop using emotions for like reasons to do bad
Yeah.
shit. Just talk shit out,
Like-
use facts, and
If you have to
get
deuce
the
it
fuck
out,
along.
deuce it out, bro. Like if you have to throw hands, if it gets to that point, then you have to hug it out. 30 seconds, hug it out. Literally.
I'm not gonna like genuinely. I believe that if you dragged every fucking president or person of power from every country, shove them in a room filled with like joints, in half an hour they would be able to do much more than when they're fucking sober and fucking in front of cameras, committees, and all that bullshit.
Well, I mean, because like we got to keep in mind too, is that these guys, I guess, like I wouldn't say they hate each other, but like they don't like. I don't know how to explain it. It's weird.
They do
Like, I
hate
don't
each other,
think they
but
hate
for
each other.
superficial reasons. It's like
Thank
Pu-
you.
yeah,
Yes, it's
Putin,
stupid.
for example, Putin hates Ukraine for fucking superficial reasons. Same for America, and America hates the Middle East for superficial reasons, or for greed, or for bullshit. And like, come the fuck on.
And it's like, yes, I agree that world peace will never be a thing. Because it really won't, despite how many talks, how many things you have with them.
I disagree with
People-
that because at the end of the day, it's very possible. It's just we need to stop being such petty fucking assholes towards each other.
Well, here's my take on it, right?
Yeah.
So, I personally don't. Well, I'm not saying that it's impossible. Let me take that back. I'll rephrase it. I won't say it's impossible because anything's possible if you really put your mind to it and if you actually want to do it. But in our current economy, I don't think it will ever be established currently or any time in the future.
Oh,
Like,
it will not
near
be
future?
established by the time we're dead. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
dude. Because one way or another, yes, let's say we get like a couple billion people to agree to world peace, right? There's still going to be that small percentage of people that just are going to hate for no apparent reason. Like, there's always going to be that small percentage of people that always has to ruin it. That doesn't matter gender, race, it doesn't matter. Skin color, whatever you have down there does not matter in this argument. What matters is that one way or another, someone or something is going to manage to ruin it, right?
Yeah. It's basically biases. That's what ruins it. Instead of
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
using their brain.
Yeah. People don't want to use it. They were given it for a reason, but they don't want to use it properly. Instead of using their brain for good, they use it for bad.
No, they just don't
Yeah.
use it and they do bad.
True, that's another thing too.
That's
Right? Like me personally, I don't care what you are. If you identify as a fucking penguin, that's you, dude. That's all you. Listen, if you want
just
to
don't force me to fucking agree with it.
Yeah, exactly. I won't. I won't like if you show interest in me in like a romantic way, I'm not gonna show interest back because that's not what I like. But like I'll respect you. I'll show you the same respect you show me. If you're not an ass to me, I'm not an ass to you. That's it. I'm not gonna harass you because you want to be a dude even though you're a female, or you want to be a female and you're a dude. That's not my place to judge you because I've made mistakes and I've had people not judge me for those exact same mistakes, you know? So it's like, who am I to judge you because you want to be a giraffe or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's not my place.
I guess the perfect way to put it is if you get offended, that's just you. So keep it to yourself.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like,
Because you're the
hey,
one, you're like the only one getting offended in the situation.
yeah, like I said, I will show you the same respect you show me. So if you're respectful to me, I'll be respectful to you.
Motherfucker, where
Despite whatever
you
your
been?
opinions or religious, whatever,
Where
doesn't
you
matter.
been this whole fucking time? Finally, somebody that fucking speaks logic for once.
Well, no, it's just a fact, right? It's just
Yeah.
common sense.
Yeah, but many
It's
don't fucking agree with it. That's the fucking issue. Everybody is so wrapped up in their own fucking bubble thinking, oh, how I identify or what I believe has to
yeah,
be true. If I like this, this is good, and you cannot tell me wrong because it's my opinion. Fuck off.
yeah. Like if like I said, my take on it is if you respect me, I'll respect you 110%. You show me the exact same respect. Like my take on respect too
Uh,
is
I,
respect isn't given. You got to earn it, right?
well,
That's my
that's the
point.
thing. We're talking about two different levels of respect. There's two, like respect has two different things because you have common respect, as uh in a conversation, you wait for the person to finish and you wait your turn. You don't judge them directly. Like you can judge them in your own fucking mind. That's fair, but
Mhm.
don't like out
Yeah,
like
don't outright
just
like be an
the
ass about it. Yeah,
common courtesies. You know the 7 years at home book.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
that.
don't.
What?
No, I don't. But I have an idea. Is it a common courtesy book?
I'm pretty sure this is just regional from country to country, but at least
Oh,
where I'm from, there was a book called The 7 Years at Home, where it's basically for kids to learn how they should behave both indoors and outdoors with private, like with their family, with friends, and with public people. The main point of the book is be nice, be respectful, you show the bare minimum of respect, as in you say hello, you greet nicely, you don't step on each other's toes. And then you have and that's what the book is about specifically. Like the generic respect you give when you meet somebody you don't know. Then comes your like the respect you behold to people. As for example, I don't respect people that paint graffiti on the walls, whether they're hired or not. I just don't respect people that do graffiti. That's on me. That's my respect. And if my respect is that, it's only beholden to me. And it's reflective on the individual itself, not the group. It can apply to
of
a
course.
group, but it's still like a subjective respect.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Because, for example, I showed Undead or Brain Dead, like the generic respect. I showed him a little of my personal respect because, um, like on day 3 or something like that, when I first met the gang, um, he was complaining how nobody takes it serious, how people don't show up to practices, how they make constant mistakes that he told them about, and I showed him respect and heard him out, tried to like discuss things with him, and after seeing him like for after his seeing his true colors, he lost my respect, like both mine and the general respect I give people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because I understand it. Yeah, you have to like, yeah, I get what you mean. I understand it.
Yeah.
You have to like earn someone's respect, despite what they say, what they do. Like, you still have to earn it one way or another. And if you show your
Yeah.
true colors to someone, it's like, come on, like, as long as you're not an ass, I will 110% respect you. Like I just said,
Yeah.
as long as you respect me, I'll respect you.
Yeah,
If
it's
we
just that
get
there's
into
two stages: the common respect and the personal respect. And
exactly, yeah,
even if somebody lost my personal respect, I will still like, if I'm forced to interact with them in a public place where it's not just me and him, like we have to do this for the team, for example, I will still show the bare minimum respect even though they don't deserve it.
of course, yeah.
Yeah. I guess that could classify as what's it called? The word was at the tip of my tongue. Um, like, when be the bigger man, but there's a word for it. I guess courtesy would be the word, something like that. Yeah. In any case, should we start reacting to some videos that if you ask me, have been based from the titles and thumbnails alone, I'm quite annoyed by, because this is a problem that I encountered recently with video games, but I'm not like blaming it on the video games themselves directly.
Alrighty, sorry, I'm back. I was busy doing something here. Repeat something. Repeat the last thing you said. Sorry.
1 second, my lighter broke.
Ah, okay, okay.
There we
Talk
go.
about racing season for like a quick second.
Oh yeah, sure.
What do you want to know anything? I can probably tell you a couple things.
Well, what racing are we talking? F1 or just in general?
Karting, because that's what I'm doing at the moment.
I know nothing of karting, personally. I've only did karting once in a enclosed racing track.
Rental.
Well, yeah. And not gonna lie, best day of my fucking life to this day.
So there's different stages to karting, especially when we're talking about karts in general. So there are different karts. There are like little 4-stroke engines. There are 2-stroke engines. There's a lot of engines and a lot of variety.
Yep.
That may be like I said, like the engines, the manufacturer.
It's kind of similar to F1 from the sounds
Kind
of
of,
it.
yeah.
Yeah. Like you have F3, F2, and F1, and different makes and engine manufacturers and all that.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that like I said, there's like many different things. Like right now, I'm currently driving a 206 4-stroke, right? It's not the fastest, but I'm saving up enough money to buy an X30. So an X30 is the fastest cart you can get into without having to buy a shifter cart, right?
Yep.
And the shifter cart is like any other cart or any other shifter car. It has a little shifter on the side of the steering wheel. and you just go up and down in gear, pretty much.
Yeah.
So, there's, like I said, there's different levels, right? Like, an X30 is, once again, one of the faster carts that requires a little bit more skill, right? Like, you
Yep.
have to know how to manipulate the cart and not crash, right? Like a dumbass.
So
So, like, you have
basically,
to
steer with the throttle technique.
kind of, yeah, like, you have to know what you're doing,
Yeah, fair enough.
right? So right now I'm at the stage in my life or in karting where I don't know, right? Like it's almost boring, right?
Yeah.
To me now, because I've like gotten to the point where I know what I'm doing and I can go pro, but it's like, do I want this life or do I want to go into the military, right? Because the military's always been my dream, and I really only have a couple months to decide. I turn 17 in a couple months, meaning I can sign a contract. Yes, I'll be put on a delayed entry program because I still have to graduate high school.
Yep.
But, still, it's always been my dream to serve in the military. That'd be the Army, right? I've always wanted to pick up where my dad left off. My dad was a 75th Ranger Regiment, 2nd Battalion. And he was an infantryman.
Oh.
He did a little bit of marksman later on in his life. But you know what I mean? It's like, I want to pick up where my dad left off, right?
Yeah.
It's not that I want to continue his legacy, but I almost want to, how can I say? Literally, pick up where my dad left off. That's pretty
Yeah.
much where,
Yeah.
literally. And hopefully I can get that chance to actually do that, right?
Yep.
Because it's very rare. Becoming a ranger isn't that rare, right? Like, it's a more common thing than you think. Yes, the training is intense. It's pretty hard. But it's not the rarest thing. But, like, once again, it's like, it's a pretty rare thing that you get to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
In a way, because you don't know when your day is your day, right? What I mean by that is you don't know when your road is at its end, right? Like, you don't know.
Yeah.
Some people end up, unfortunately, passing away because they deployed and didn't make it back, right? It's like, it's little things like that kind of determine whether well, not little things, 'cause that's pretty big.
Yeah.
But it's like things like that really determine whether what you like really determines what you do in life.
I guess the same could be applied with karting and racing in general,
Yeah,
because you never know
anything,
when
yeah.
you take that last turn.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know. You never know, right? You like that turn that you take you may misjudge the turn. You may go fast and go head first into a railing.
Yeah,
right?
the Senna effect. You never know when it's your last
Exactly.
throttle
You
push.
never know when it's your last. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's with anything in life. So hopefully, with God's grace, I pick up where my dad left off and do what I've always wanted to do is go to Tier 1 Squadron, which would be, or Tier 1 Special Forces Squadron, which would be Delta Force.
I was about to say, like from what I've heard, Delta Force is like one of the toughest ones you could ever get.
Yeah, it's the hardest. I've heard that their training is the most intense in terms of everything, mentally, physically.
Don't you have to be like a SEAL, an SAS, or something like that? And well, I'm sure I said something wrong. Is like, don't you have to be like very like in multiple special forces?
They recruit from all over the place, but I believe so. They recruit a lot from the Navy and the Army, because the Army has their 75th Ranger Regiment and they also have their Green Berets. So they tend to recruit from special forces, or special operations, I guess. I don't know because there's a difference between them. I can't remember what it is. But in this case, like how we know special forces, like SEAL Team 6, SEAL Team 3, SEAL Team 4. I think that's a SEAL team. It's like things like that,
Yeah.
right? Like
I have a
forces.
layman's perspective on Delta Force in terms of the only thing I know is that you have to be like the best in like the SEALs. You have to be the best in another special forces as well to even like
Yeah,
come
you have to
close to
actually be
being a
recommended,
candidate.
and that takes a lot.
Yeah.
You have to be recommended for their selections, and selections doesn't mean that you're in. That just means that you have to be selected through intense training, literally, to be a candidate. And then after that, you have to go through like candidate training. It's insane, dude. It's
Yeah.
really intense.
It is Delta Force after all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's meant to be physically and mentally challenging. It's meant to be that way, literally.
Yep.
Like it's meant to be hard. And that's my dream. But like I said, if the opportunity presents itself in racing, like I'll definitely take it, dude. Like 110%. But that's enough of me and what I want to do. You have anything you want to say before we react, I guess?
Well, I kind of want to keep the like respond to that and kind of like delve a little more into that because it's last time you talked about it, it really got me interested into the discussion, and
Yeah.
it's not like a which I think you should go for. It's just um for example, if you go racing, could you possibly go for Delta Force afterwards? Like after you say, "I'm done with racing," or when you reach your peak in racing?
So that once again depends. So there's obviously age requirements to enlisting in the military, and it's not just age requirements. There's still a whole bunch of other things that like come into play. Yeah, dude, it's like it's a lot to take in, especially for someone that maybe new to it or hasn't or doesn't know what it is, right? It's like it really like there's really specific, like there's even specific conditions to when you can even go or be recommended through selections. Like you have to be a specific rank. Like there's a lot of things that have to be specific.
True.
And that's why a lot of people don't even end up making it to selections, because maybe they don't get promoted fast enough and their contract ends and they can't sign another one, right?
Yeah.
So it really like you really have to be on top of your stuff, and you have to like, how can I say, like you have to make it your life. Like despite the family that you have at home, like you have to make it your life. And that's why if I ever do go with the military, if I ever do go with a military job, I'm probably not ever going to have a family until after, right? Because I don't want to have a wife and kids at home wondering, when's dad coming home?
Oh,
When's my
that
husband
is
coming home, right?
Yeah.
Like everything in the military isn't as planned as you think it is.
True.
Yes, there are a lot of what I mean by that is in terms of like return dates, right? Because yes, you may be returning one day, but then that can be pushed because you have to return back to the lines.
Yeah, I've heard
lines,
many
whatever.
horror stories with that.
Yeah, like there's no like set date when you come back.
The military is like a
Sadly.
fucking life commitment, literally.
Yeah, literally, yeah. It's like either you make it your life and then you have wife and kids after, or you have a wife and kids in the military, but you like that. Like that's why a lot of these SEALs, right? They end up getting divorced with their families. They end up getting separated. They have you ever heard those stories where like a lot of SEALs just like end up being like drug addicts or just become alcoholics because of that?
Well, yeah.
They're gone maybe there's 365 days in a year, so maybe they're gone like 345 days out of the entire year. Like they're gone almost every year.
Yeah.
That's why even when you're like picking out a house and you're in the military, they say let your wife do everything because they're pretty much the ones that are going to live in it.
True.
You're not going to do anything in the house. They're pretty much the ones living in it throughout your military service. Like
uh, the thing is,
it's a pretty hefty commitment.
yeah, I did a quick Google search on for example, the age requirement for Delta Force is like 21 years old, and you have to
Yeah,
be,
that's
yeah,
with special forces in general.
yeah. And for example, the retirement age for like a racing driver is in like their late 30s, 40s.
Yeah, so with like the Formula series, right?
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
start as young as 14. That's with the junior Formula series. Um, that would mean at the age of 16, you'd have to completely retire. On your 16th birthday, you'd have to retire Formula Junior. But like F4, F3, you don't have to start in F4. I mean, a lot of drivers probably didn't even go through F4. They probably jumped directly to F3. F4 isn't a requirement. It's just like almost a bare minimum, if anything. And
yeah,
F2, it's like a scouting almost. It's like a scouting series almost.
yeah,
You're not there. You're not there to like, like it's a scouting series literally. F2 is F1 just
to show
without
off what you can
the
do.
engine upgrading and all this and all that. It literally is scouting. Literally.
Yeah.
Like
Uh,
teams are scouting you as potential candidates for their team.
the problem that I have with F2 is that the moment you win the championship or like a championship, um, you cannot race in F2 anymore, which is fucking stupid because you're just gonna wait for a while in until an F1 team even considers you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. F2 is like a scouting series, literally.
Yeah,
Everyone there is being scouted by teams. And the reason F2 is one of the harder ones is because it's literally all skill.
oh yeah,
Literally.
because
There's no
well,
performance-based things. You're not better because one car is faster than the other. No. Every car.
well, there is an exception to that rule. He's called the window licker Lance Stroll.
Yes.
Yeah.
But one way or another, it's really all skill-based.
True, it should be. That's the purpose of it. Yeah.
Exactly. It's meant to be all skill-based to see if you can actually make it in F1. And that's where a lot of people end up failing. Or F3, actually. I've seen a lot of people just end up stopping at F3 or F2 because they don't like it. Mainly F3 because F2, you're kind of like already way too deep in.
Yeah,
So like
at
F4,
that point you
F3,
might as well go the whole way.
yeah, exactly. You might. It's like signing your second contract. You might as well just sign your third because you're already halfway there. Just complete the third contract. But it's like an F2, you're already there. Just you might as well just go through with it. You might as well just become an F1 driver. But
Yeah.
F3 and F4, right? You're like you're there, but like you're like you still have to make a name for yourself, right?
True.
So it's things like that really just Herman everything.
I guess, and this is why I kind of wanted to have a discussion, considering that both your like, I assume you have a dream to become an F1 driver or at least a
Of
racing
course.
driver.
I believe that's any motorsport lover. That's
Yeah.
mostly their dream. Like 99% of motorsport lovers, that's their dream to be a pro driver, whether that be NASCAR, F1, whatever they can possibly get their hands on. I'm sure they take it.
Yeah. I guess the question for you specifically to answer would be, which would you rather do? Like, would you rather dedicate the rest of your life for Delta Force, or would you like dedicate the rest of your life for F1?
So that's the thing, right? It's really all about opportunities. Because right now I'm at karting.
Yep.
And like I said, in a few months, I could possibly be signing a contract. So it's like I said, it's really just opportunities that could possibly present themselves, right?
Yeah.
So maybe even after my military career, that's something I can think about. Motorsport.
would you
They
still have a chance to get to
It's
F1?
possible. It's possible because once again, you can so there's many ways you can get into motorsport. Doesn't have to be because you have money. It can be through colleges, just being like a team mechanic or even a janitor. Like if you're McLaren's janitor, you have a chance of becoming a driver, right? You just have to ask around. You have to really have connections. You
Yeah.
have to have people that are willing to help you. So you can get into motorsport with these motorsport colleges, right? They offer tons of opportunity. Like they teach you how to fix cars, they teach you like pretty much everything.
Yep.
Like and that can get you into a team. You can become a team mechanic. That would mean you're hands on with the car. That leads you to more opportunities, right?
Yep.
Especially as soon as you start building connections with people that are actually willing to help you get there. Yeah, more than definitely. It's a possibility. Now I don't know what the requirements are to become an F1 driver. I think for the Class A license, the super license, you have to be at least 18. I think a
Yeah,
lot of
you have to be at least 18. You need to win an F2 championship and
thank you. Yeah, there you go. So
uh
yeah, a lot of drivers in F2, that's where they start getting their licenses in F2
true.
to become F1 drivers.
Yeah, but it all comes down to which would you rather dedicate your life for more specifically, because even if you did, like, let's say at 18, when you like the day you are allowed to enroll in the army, you also have the contract for, like, you get a contract through mail at your door. Like you could be a F4 or an F3 pilot, a driver.
You're good.
At that point, in that scenario, instinctively, which would you rather pick, for example?
Racing, F3 or F4 contract. The contract more than definitely, because at that point I wouldn't have to risk my life, and I can make money very
Well,
easily.
it is racing.
Yeah, it is racing, and I get to see the world more. Right? With the military, they're like, "Oh, you'll see the world. You'll see the world. Yeah, you'll see the world while you're getting shot at." So,
Yeah, you'll see the world in like
um,
sweat, tears, and the blood of your allies.
yeah, exactly. So it's like, well, it's not necessarily that either, because you can be deployed in like Hawaii or Germany. Like you can see the world that way, or not deployed. Sorry, stationed.
Any idea how
You
many
can be
general
stationed.
dicks you'd have to suck to be deployed in Hawaii?
No, not deployed. Stationed.
Stationed.
Yeah,
My point
probably a
still
lot.
stands.
Yeah, like you can be stationed anywhere. Like my old teacher, she was a Navy air aviation mechanic. She was in Navy. I don't know what MOS that is, but she was stationed in Hawaii. Um, she wasn't born in Hawaii. She was actually born in the States. I guess Hawaii is considered a state, but what I mean by the states is the United States.
Yeah.
Um,
I've heard
like
that Hawaii is like a
U.S.
gray area when it comes to US. Like, is it US or is it not US stuff?
No, it is U.S.
Yeah.
It's always been U.S. I think. But besides that,
Yeah.
like it really, like to me, it's all about income and whether I can start a family. Sorry, excuse me, whether I can start a family or not. Right. So
I
if
would
the
definitely
opportunity
say,
presents itself ever, then I'm definitely taking a racing contract, because not only is it like a lot of money per year, like I think F3 drivers or F4 drivers make like 80 grand a year. Not even teachers make that much, dude. I think
yeah.
they make like 30 or 40 grand a year. A garbage man, if you haven't heard that theory or if you haven't heard that comment or fact, I guess, garbage men actually make more than a teacher.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that one. Which is
So,
both funny and ironic.
yeah, exactly. Oh, you'll end up being a garbage man when you grow up. Well, I make more money than you.
Yeah,
So it's
that
like,
that is the best reply I've ever heard in general. Isn't it from what was it? What was that show called?
yeah, it was from a show where the teacher, it was an African American student, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
And he was like, yeah, he was lazy. Yeah, and the
Fuck.
teacher was upset at it.
I know
I forgot.
it's the one with fucking Walter White. The
Yeah. No, that's not Breaking Bad, is it?
yes, it was Breaking Bad. There we go. For some
Really?
reason, I forgot the name of Breaking Bad. Jesus
Is that
Christ.
actually Breaking Bad?
Yeah,
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
I could be wrong though. From what from like the tags and the comments in the shorts, it was from Breaking Bad. Apparently, I hope. I don't know. I could be wrong. I never watched Breaking Bad.
I've watched like little snippets of it.
Oh yeah, it is from
My
Breaking Bad
sister.
because the teacher is the guy that makes the fucking coffee and the meth thing with Walter.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
So yeah, like my sister, she started the series, and like we like have these family times, almost like these family nights, and
yeah.
we like sit down and watch the series with them. So, or I'd sit down and watch it with them. So we I've seen some series. Like I haven't been consistent with it, like I said, so I can't really like give you full details of it. But yeah,
No worries.
so
The
but
only
like yeah,
the thing is the only reason I recognized the actor from that scene with the trash making the trash driver making more money than a teacher is because he the actor was in another show that I really love, and I highly recommend in general for like a fun lighthearted story.
uh-huh. Well, I mean, but like yeah, that's one of those. It's one of those things um where it's money wise, right?
Yeah.
Like there's 15, 16-year-old kids that are making 80 grand a year. That's like unspoken. That's like never heard of.
Yep.
Unless you're using daddy's money at that point. Like my money didn't come from daddy. I had to earn my way.
Don't
And to
worry,
earn
nobody's gonna compare you to fucking window leaker.
No, but it's true. I've always had to work for my money. Like I've had to bust my ass with my money or for my money. So, but yeah, like despite everything, if the opportunity presented itself to go to a Formula series, then I'm definitely taking it. But if it never does, then like I said, I'm probably gonna end up starting a family after my military career because there's no point in starting it during or before. It comes out weird when I say it.
It's fine.
During or before a military career, because once again, I don't want to have to put my family through the worrying of, oh, is daddy coming home? Or, oh, is my
Yeah.
husband coming home? Right? Like
Well,
when
uh,
when
the thing is, let's say it takes 2 or 3 extra years after you turn 18 and you do end up having the opportunity to go to F1. I would personally, because you said you want to have a family in the first place, to make a family in the first place, and that you love racing, and there's a higher chance in getting in racing, uh, plus the pay. Like, I would personally, I would recommend to stick to the racing career, because at the end of the day, you don't even know if you're gonna like finish your deployment, or even if you are gonna make it to Delta Force. Like there's a higher chance of getting into F1 than into Delta Force, and it's not to discourage you. It's just uh, if I had to weigh the odds, like if I was in your place, I would stick to the racing gig because there's like higher opportunity for a family. There's high opportunity for a good pay. Uh, you as you mentioned, you travel the world and you actually get to enjoy it. Like,
you know what?
um, and
I have a question for you.
yeah,
Since you know a bit about a motorsport, right?
yeah. The fun fact about me as a like 2 year old, the only way my dad would be able to put me to sleep was going down to the car, turn on the engine, and wait for 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's fire. Okay, so my question to you is, how much do you think a karting season is worth here, where I live in Miami, Florida?
Uh,
Karting
uh,
season, so a year of karting.
As in how much it costs you to
Yeah.
take part in
How
it,
much
or
do
how
you
much you
think?
gain
Yeah.
from it?
Take part. 'Cause
Uh,
sometimes you don't gain anything.
I think it cost roughly, I would say like $10,000, $20,000.
Really?
That's the thing. I don't know the U.S. economy that
No,
well.
you're good. You're good.
100K.
So I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you, you're lowballing the shit out of it.
Oh damn. Let me guess,
Yeah.
500K.
Something like that. Yeah, it's 200. It's around $200,000.
Oh, okay.
So, half of a season, I'm assuming, or like a quarter of a season. So okay, here's backstory to why I say. I went karting recently, like a couple weeks ago. I'll send you some pictures. This lady was pissed. So her son is like maybe way younger than me. He's probably like 9, 11, like no less than 9 years old.
Yep.
Doesn't look like he was anything less than 9. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she was pissed because she spent $106,000 for most of the season and then couldn't end up paying for the rest because she didn't have enough money. So she was pissed. Like she was pissed. But that's my point. See, like half of a season is like
It costs a lot. I know racing
$106,000.
costs the
So imagine,
fuck.
yeah, the other half, about 200,000 possibly.
Jesus.
That's with damages and stuff like that. It's not including damages because sometimes damages can be like $6,000-$7,000,
Oh boy.
maybe even less sometimes, right? Because maybe you have like some minor damage to like the plastic.
Yeah, the paint.
Yeah, it's like $20, $30. You can paint it yourself, literally.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like if you have dents with the chassis, I don't think you can really undent it. I think you have to buy a new chassis, and
Depends by the chassis. If it's carbon fiber, no, you need a whole new thing. If it's metal, considering it's karting, I assume it's made out of metal since no one in their right mind would make cardboard.
It's way too light. It's way too light. They'll fucking fly off the cart. Oh, it's way too light.
Yeah.
I think they use aluminum.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the lightest thing they would ever fucking use would be aluminum. And that is like one of the cheapest metals you can make stuff with.
Is a karting chassis.
The thing is, you can fix a dented chassis if it's out of aluminum. If it's made out of carbon fiber or some fucking exotic ass element, yeah, you need a whole new thing.
They're mild steel.
Oh, that's even cheaper then.
Not mild steel, just steel tubes. But if cost is an issue, then simply go with mild steel.
Well, I guess we can assume it's like the rust-free stuff.
I guess.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you see what I mean? No, because I think it can still rust. Either way.
Well, yeah, it's called inox or something like that. It's the most rust-free steel you can get out there. It still rusts, but you need like abuse on that thing to even like get even a bit of corrosion on it. At least that's based on what I know. I could be wrong. Cuban? Uh-oh, is the internet out? Nope. Oh no. Cuban?
Sorry, I'm back. My mom called.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I genuinely got scared that the internet went out.
No, you're good. You're good. No, but it's like Yeah, if I cut out sometimes, it's because my mom called or someone called.
Yeah, it's fine.
Or internet issue. But yeah, it it really just depends. To be
Yeah, it's as rust free as you can fucking expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And going back to which one I would pick, like I said, it really, like, if the opportunity once again presents itself, I'm obviously going motorsport. But if it somehow never presents itself, then I'm probably gonna just pursue a military career, whether that be Delta Force or just just stay at Rangers, whatever it may be.
That's
yeah,
fair.
it's
Because my assumption and my the advice of just stick to racing was based on you have to make a decision at 18. Like it's now or never type choice. Because even if you wait till 19, that's like 3 years. You have 3 years left to get to the rank needed and the score needed to even fucking get a chance for Delta. But if it's like in general military compared to general like that is again it's up to you how much time you give the chance to arrive, because if you give it like 2 3 years, there's a high chance you get something in racing compared to shit, like time's running out for the opportunity to reach Delta Force. I have to make the decision now. At that point,
well,
you might
that's
as
the
well go
thing
for it.
with Delta Force. I myself personally think I have a higher chance at doing it because my dad, he's always helped me in everything. Like, even
Yeah.
karting, dude. Like, we literally went from 0 to nothing in karting. Like, we had no clue on what the fuck to do, how the fuck to do it. Like, we literally just jumped into it cluelessly. And we managed okay. Right? So it's like I have my dad. So it's like Max Verstappen's dad almost. He was an F1 driver. So he kind of made Verstappen 2.0, in this case Max Verstappen. Right? So like
Yep.
he took the errors in his career and he made them into something better, right? Or he didn't allow Max to create those errors or to replicate those errors. The same thing with my dad. He's pretty much taking his successes and his downhills
Failures.
in his career, and he's kind of teaching me how to, I guess, get successes and then avoid the downfalls, right? And
True.
avoid the mistakes. So it's like I still, one way or another, have someone there that's 110% supportive and can teach me. Mainly the military, because he has pretty much no experience with like racing. He's a kind of a mechanic. He knows how to fix cars and stuff. But that's like besides the point, right? It's like,
Yeah.
but
Actually the family aspect would have been like my second point to, like, you have a very very small window and a lot of work to do. On top of that, you want to follow in your you have the family aspect of you want to follow your dad's footsteps.
yeah,
So
like
yeah.
to me, my dad's not forcing me to do anything. It's all my choice.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to be very honest with you, because it may seem like he's forcing me, but he's not. I can tell you that because he's not. Um,
Oh no, I didn't
the same.
imply. I wasn't trying to imply
No,
that.
you're good. You're good. I'm just saying it. No, I know you didn't apply that. I'm sure you would never.
Oh no.
But it's like my dad. My dad is very supportive of like everything that I'm doing, so he's not really forcing anything upon me. Like I said,
Yeah.
racing. He's like I said, he's okay with anything. He's okay with everything, literally.
I
Like,
I guess the best
it
course of
doesn't.
action, like a week or two before turning 18, would be like asking him, Dad, what if you were in my shoes, what would you do?
He
Something
would
like
probably
that.
give me some good advice. I would
Yeah,
probably do that
because
because
he knows the military side and
yeah,
he knows you well enough, and I'm pretty sure you already discussed with him that you dream of becoming a ranger like he was.
yeah. And going further, he knows.
So I'm pretty sure, considering that he knows a bit of both worlds, he knows mechanics and he was a soldier. I'm pretty sure he can like give you a guiding arrow as to
Yeah, pretty much.
which
Yeah.
would be a better choice. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure he will leave it up to you.
Yeah, it's like I said, he's not forcing anything upon me. So he's always been supportive of everything I've done. Literally, like he's my number one cheerleader, despite other than my mom. My mom is
Nobody can
like,
meet beat a mother in
yeah, no one
cheerleading.
can beat mom energy. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of impossible.
it's impossible
Unless
for
you're like
any
a
child.
girlfriend or a wife, it's you. Even then, you can't really match mom energy.
Nope.
That's something unmatchable. You have to be a mother to match mom energy, kind of. But no, yeah. So yeah, he's always been supportive of everything I've done. So I feel like he'd give me some proper advice. He like I said, he would probably ultimately give me like options. Options. What I mean is like, hey, dude, you know, this and this. Like we literally compare and contrast almost. Like we we'd provide points, we'd provide pros and cons, and we just from there kind of narrow it down.
Yeah.
That's how we've always
So
done
basically, what
everything.
we're doing right now, to an extent.
Yeah, exactly. Comparing and contrasting, literally.
Yeah.
And we kind of leave it to like maybe two or three options. And if that's what I want, then hey, that's what I want.
Yep.
He, like I said, he's never forced anything upon me. I'm pretty sure he won't force anything upon me now. So
Yeah. You're lucky. Like you're one of the luckiest people I know to have a supporting dad, a supporting mom, and them not forcing stuff upon you, and to add it all on top of it, like uh the the whole aiming for the like Ranger or Delta Force or anything like high end in the military, on top of having a successful karting career. Like shit, you're living the dream, mate.
I, yeah, I guess you can say that. Like I said, well, like not like I said, what I'm about to say, um, it really depends. Like from a verbal point of view, I guess like in your point of view, like verbally, I guess like conversation wise, it seems cool. It seems all right. But once again, there's still problems in life that,
Oh yeah.
despite how everything may look, despite how
The more focus point from that praise
yeah,
would have been you have a solid foundation.
yeah, exactly. No, yeah, I got what you were coming from.
Uh,
I have a solid foundation. I have things to base my careers off of. Yeah, I understand.
yeah, and the
But
backing and everything. Like
yeah. I,
it's really
it's
nice.
like,
And to be honest, I'm eager to see what you choose and how it's gonna go, whichever choice you have.
yeah, man. I'm willing to allow anyone on the train as long as they're willing to, you know. What that train analogy is like, anyone that's willing to stay by my side, you are more than welcome to. It's just once again the respect factor. If you
Yeah,
show me respect, I'll show you respect 110%. Once again, either that be personal respect or just respect that you just show someone on a day to day, right?
yeah. Not gonna lie.
And you've honestly, you've gotten my personal respect because despite us having differences, they might not be very like far differences, but we still respect each other's opinions. And honestly speaking, we have pretty similar views in the world. And I
Yeah,
like people that have similar views to mine because then at that point, I know I can possibly trust this person because guess what? Me and him have the same views of certain things. We can possibly bond and get along. That's why, like I said, I've gotten along with Coley and Matthews. Our point of views may not match now, right? But we've
yeah,
always had that respect for each other, and it just grew in a way. It just grew to more personal, right, and into a more personal factor
yep.
or a more personal relationship. So those are my boys. I love them like brothers, dude. If they're someone's throwing hands on them, I'm throwing hands back. Like we've gotten to that point where
Wait in line,
Someone's throwing
motherfucker.
hands
I'm
up.
loading the tube board.
Yeah. Like, where you at, bro? Let me know what time, what date. Like, let me know, dude. I'll show up. I'll
Time
pop
and
out.
day, motherfucker. I'm tracking them down like a bloodhound.
Yeah, like, if you're throwing hands, I'm throwing hands right beside you, bro.
Ghost and soap right here.
Yeah.
Uh,
But
fuck. I wanted to. Ah, shit. I know
sorry,
I had
did I
a
like
joke.
distract you?
What?
Did I like distract you? Did I make you forget something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there were two things. I wanted to make a joke, and there was another one thing. Oh, I remembered it now. Do you want the joke first or the point?
Whichever one you want, man.
Fair enough.
Like-
Well, let's start with the point and end it with a joke. Um,
Sure.
you said that you enjoy having people with similar perspectives, opinions close to you.
Definitely, yeah.
Um,
Because that kind of brings us closer together.
Yeah, and I do agree with that to some extent, but I also have half of me that's like, I enjoy having somebody that's like almost 100% against me, like a whole different point of view. As
I
long
see
as
what
we
you
can,
mean, yeah.
as long as we have
It
the
makes-
same basis, as in we can differentiate opinions from facts.
Of course, because that makes a relationship fun, right? Like, let's say boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Or kind of relationship. You never want someone that's like, you want someone that has similar points of views, but you don't want someone that's like has like the exact same points of views, right? Because you still
Yeah.
you don't want to argue. That's not what I'm going at.
Well,
Like, you still want to have like talks, right? Like, you still want to agree to disagree. Like, it just makes a relationship fun when you like
an
kind of
extent.
set pros and cons.
My point is more friends based, as in I will always accept somebody that has like completely opposite perspectives.
Of course, yeah, that's with anything.
As long as they can understand that even if we do disagree and we do have our
Yeah.
points, like for example, when I'm wrong on something that I'm like I am willing to accept that I'm wrong based on the facts, and same would apply for them, even though they still hold their like. For example, I hate Fast and Furious, yet they love Fast and Furious, but we can both agree
Yeah.
that they're shit in terms of writing.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like, and it really, the reason why I love having people with so many different opinions and perspectives than me is because it helps me when I view stuff, when I react to stuff, and when I review
Of course,
stuff.
yeah. It gives you different points of views,
Yeah.
right? It provides two sides that you can possibly present in an argument,
Yep.
right? Whether like what we're doing now, comparing and contrasting. Maybe your points come from something you've heard, right?
Yeah.
Or they actually come from facts that you've researched and facts that you just know off the back of your head, right? Or off the back of like your hand, right?
Yeah.
It's like it gives you points of views. It allows you to actually see things in differently. Different. That's why I've always been open-minded with everybody. Like,
I guess the best way to describe it would be there's objective claims, this is bad because of X. Subjective claims, I like, or subjective opinions. That's how I word it to like make it clear how I use the words. Like subjective opinions, I love this, I hate this, I like this, I loathe this. And then there's perspective, like facts that are only accurate because of your life experiences. For example, I don't respect, I had this debate, so the perspective changed, but I held the perspective that football players are just violent assholes that after their team loses in a match, they just vandalize stuff, because where I grew up, every time there was a football match, the losing team would always like ravage the fucking city. And I had the debate with one of my friends, which was ex-friend now, because long story, but we had the debate about it, where he was like, well, the facts are it's like a 1%, 2% like out of all the football matches in the world, there's only like 2 or 3% that end up in riots and stuff. So my perspective changed based on that, but my perspective was still factual from how I grew up. That's why I call it perspective.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Like with me, I still have people that approach me and say, "Hey, you're a violent kid." Well, no, I'm only violent because of the game. The game, you're meant to be violent to an extent. Like not violent where you're gonna like stab someone's artery out or like you're gonna like slice their artery, but like it's a contact sport. Like me, I play American football, right? That's another thing too. I'll get to that in a couple seconds or in a couple minutes. Like, you know, football is a contact sport, so you're kind of forced to be violent.
Yeah.
Right? Like you have to hit people.
You have to stand your ground. It's kind of like part of the fucking
exactly.
thing.
You have to stand your ground. It's a ground game. Yeah. You like have to assert your dominance to a certain point, right?
Same with most games, really.
Yeah, exactly. Same with a lot of the sports, baseball,
F1
or soccer or F1. Yeah, exactly. F1. You have to play defensive, right? You can't let them get your inside or your outside, depending on the corner.
Or you also have to be offensive. Like
exactly.
Like,
and you still have to be aggressive.
Senna would be the best example. If you don't go for the gap, what the fuck are you racing for?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, come on, don't race if you're not going to play aggressive. You can play passive aggressive. You can win.
Yeah, I would argue passive aggressive is the best one.
Of course.
Yeah, it's contextual,
you're still
really.
Defending, but you're still being aggressive.
Yeah.
Right. So, my personal thing is I go from passive aggressive to aggressive, and then I tone it back down and pace myself. Right.
Yes.
Pacing and racing is a lot. Pacing yourself. You have to pace yourself. Because if you don't pace yourself, then you're going to get way too ahead of yourself, and you're going to end up fucking yourself in the long run, right? Pacing yourself it's meant to help you in the long run, not in the short run. The short run meaning like overtaking someone, and then like a few seconds later, what, right? Like I mean, long run, like
the short run would be the lap. The long run would be the race
later,
itself.
Kind of long run, right? Like laps later.
Yeah,
that's what. Of course, you can't predict the future, but you can try to help.
You can intuit it.
Yeah, exactly. You can. I wouldn't say manifest, but you can almost like help yourself in a way, for the future. So like maybe that'd be pit earlier, and then
or preserve your tires.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can use the rest of your tires and pit later, right?
Yeah.
It's little minor things like that can help you in the long run.
Yeah. So the long run is the whole Grand Prix, while the short term is that one lap.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much.
Yep.
It's like things in the future almost. Like 2-3 laps later. Like it's just things that will help you laps later. Whether that be your positioning, like you adjust your positioning, meaning you adjust your line.
Your pace, your aggression level, all of that.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Your defensive levels. It's just everything comes into play when you're talking about pacing yourself. So yeah, it's like it's a lot, dude. It's a lot. But
that's why we love it.
It's one way or another, you have to stand your ground. Okay? So
yeah.
That's with any sport. Any sport. Even fucking golf, dude.
Okay.
Like believe it or not, you still have to stand your ground in golf, right? Because
are we talking golf on computer? Because I will agree with that.
Even on a professional level, like Tiger Woods almost.
Like, that's fair.
You still have to show your dominance, right?
Yeah.
Whether that be hitting the ball, getting a hole in one.
Yeah.
Right? Or hitting the ball in a certain direction to set you up for like a bird or a 2-par. I don't know what they call it.
I have no clue for golf. The only golf I know is Golf It on PC.
The Wii Golf.
Bro, oh yeah, that too. But to be honest, I played so little of the Wii Golf. I found it so boring. To be honest,
with like fantasy, dude. Yeah, you have to have a big group of people to play with.
Oh yeah, that's also a thing.
Another guy, it's just boring.
I played alone on Wii. I was like, what the fuck is this? How does it work? Because I was curious. Yeah. And I played alone for a while.
That was insane, dude. The amount of bugs, dude.
On Wii Golf?
Yeah, no, on Wii Bowling.
Oh my
Dude, the
god.
amount of memes you'd see on Vine of people like throwing their controllers across the room trying to get a strike. Jesus, dude. It was insane.
See, people like those require 2 straps.
Yeah.
There, you know those fucking key holders that the security people have, where you can pull it on a chain and it immediately gets pulled back.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
They people like we players that are that aggressive need
Yeah, I
like
need
2
that, dude.
straps with
Yeah.
those strings to make sure that the controller doesn't fly too far away.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, and that joke at the
Yeah,
end
I
of
was just
that
gonna ask
part
the
was
joke.
I can already, like, if you are going the military route, I can picture you like in the middle of a gunfight, like some black ops shit, and you like join the voice call, like, what up, fellas? I'm invading Iraq.
Yeah, man.
How's practice going? We're doing fine. We're lagging the fuck out. The usual.
Yo, boys. How you guys doing? Like,
Grenade.
grenade out. Oh, I'm sorry, boys. The connection's a little like laggy here. Just bear with me. Oh, hold on, boys. Let me set you down. Like, yeah, dude.
Just strap a GoPro to your fucking forehead and live stream that.
Yeah. But my food actually just arrived, so if you wanna,
Oh yeah, I can wait. I don't mind.
I can
Which
eat and talk, dude. Like I said, I have all day, all night.
same here. Oh, I'm warming up, motherfucker.
We can, yeah. Like I have so many more things to talk about.
Always.
I can.
We have 3 fucking videos. We have content to go through. Don't worry. Which video would you like me to set up first? Because we have 3
Hold
options.
on. Let's see. Let's see. Which one do you hate the most?
Uh, Gaming isn't boring. You are, because it. The first 2 are like, oh, gaming is boring, so they're most likely gonna make fucking shitty subjective statements, clickbaity bullshit. But the last one, the one with the Minecraft Steve icon, is like, you're the problem. I'm like, oh, okay, so you're throwing punches.
Yeah. All right. Let's start with that.
All right,
We'll do that. Oh yeah, dude.
I'll get that set up real quick.
Hey everyone, it's me, the Retro Den.
Oh, there we go.
All right. So are you gonna screen share it?
Back already. God damn, you're quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Do. Max Verstappen record time of a fucking foot pickup. Jesus. I sent you a link to watch together. It's a website that allows us to uh, watch together videos from YouTube, and we share the pause button and we share the timeline. So if you go back 10 seconds, it goes back for me as well. The volume is individual, so if it's too loud for you, you can turn it down. If it's too quiet, you can turn it up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna set you up my iPad here. Actually, no, I'll set up that link on the iPad so it's like bigger.
Yeah. You don't have to do it on the. You could do it on
headphones.
PC as well. It's I don't know how good it works on mobile / iPad stuff. The only information I have about it is from Shadow, because he was stuck to using phone until recently. He just bought his like first laptop 2-3 days ago. We're getting him into gaming on like PC.
Hey everyone, it's me.
Let me see if I can go full screen here.
No, I don't think it's a
The
necessity.
Retro Den. Today, like every gaming channel on this platform.
Okay, 1 second. I'll rewind it back. I have to check the sound volumes.
Okay, definitely, yeah.
Okay, I have to turn the video up a bit.
Or
Yeah.
actually, I think I can set you up on my Xbox here, so it's not like. Hold on.
I have it set up. Now I can remove the cover, and now everybody on the stream can see the video. Before we get started, this video is made by the Retro Den. It was posted like I think a couple hours ago or a day ago. It's a pretty recent video and it's titled Gaming Isn't Boring, You Are. So it's an interesting way to share your opinions or facts about the topic, if you ask me.
Definitely.
All right. Are
I
we
agree
ready?
with that. Hold on. Let me do one thing real quick. Literally.
Yeah, of course. No,
I'm
no
gonna
problem.
set this up on my Xbox because I can have you on my phone and the video actually on my Xbox because I have the browser up. So
Oh, awesome.
let me just log into my Discord here on this here. Do.
Wait, you don't have a PC?
No, I do not. Unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I'll be getting one hopefully in the near future. Hopefully.
Awesome. I assume you're gonna get one immediately with a racing sim like Verstappen.
Yeah, dude. I'm definitely getting something high quality where I can run race sims. Yeah.
I can recommend you a starting wheel for like a couple years until you get more revenue coming in. But
Definitely, yeah.
would you be interested in doing F1 co-op career thing?
What do
Like
you mean?
live stream?
Live stream?
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
I'm thinking we could do it like how it's literally in real life. Like we would do full races and for example on a Saturday or a Sunday or Friday night, whenever you're like available, like I just start live stream and we do one of the races. Like the weekends we can do practices or skip them. And
Of
we
course,
do the
yeah.
yeah.
I
It's
mean,
been
I'm a
something I've
part
been
of a
cooking
few
on.
racing leagues. Like what I mean by racing leagues is like right now I'm doing an endurance league. So we're using LMP2s, I believe, which are endurance cars. I'll send you a picture of them.
Awesome.
They're pretty cool. So these races last like actually 4 to 12 IRL hours. So it takes a toll. Endurance racing in general takes a toll. So that's definitely going to be yeah.
A project.
Obviously, there's rotations. Endurance racing isn't just one racer does everything. I think there's like a minimum of like 30 minutes you have to do. There's like a quota that you have to complete. Every racer has to meet a specific time on the track. So, yeah, everyone's gonna have a chance.
Actually, speaking of endurance racing that takes like IRL time, I think I might be wrong, but I think it's Project Cars 2, where you could have the 24 hours of Le Mans set up like an actual 24 hours in real life.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Yep. I've been having this like idea since I started doing YouTube of whenever I have enough friends, like as an anniversary thing or like a challenge once a year stuff, where
24 hours.
yeah, we do real life 24 hours of Le Mans.
Hi everyone, it's me, the
Oops.
Oh.
Put that back.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
fine.
But yeah. Definitely. Once I get my PC, dude, I'll definitely look into doing what you were just saying.
The main one that I'm really focusing on is the co-op F1 thing. Like we do full races and
Well,
I'm not that experienced.
My Xbox is actually compatible. It's like crossplay. So if you have F1,
Oh yeah, I know. It's
there's,
just I have a wheel and pedals and
you
stuff.
have a F123. I think there's a
Yep.
crossplay. We can actually play.
It's F1 had crossplay since F1 19, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, do you have F123?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You want to do that maybe later on in the stream, hopefully?
I'm thinking to save that for like their own streams, kind of like how I started doing a God of War gameplay or a walkthrough.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
for sure.
So whenever we can, in like a weekend or something like that, because it takes an actual fucking hour. I did a full race once with a friend, and my legs were numb.
Yeah, it takes a solid 40, 50 minutes at least for like an actual full race.
And the way I drive, I have a heavy foot on both pedals. So I'm getting in the workout.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, that will be fun. The AI difficulty might be quite low for you, since I'm not that of a competitive like F1 player, but I want to go up to like at one point reach the level where I can compete against like level 100 AI or something like that.
Yeah. That's actually the closest, if not the actual, so it's the closest representation to actual driver skill. Like an actual driver skill. It's the closest. It's supposedly the closest representation. So it's a diagnostic almost.
Yeah.
Of pretty much the closest thing that you can get to an actual like skill driver. Like literally.
The downside is we cannot go full sim damage because the last time I played F1, I played with a couple of friends. I like every fucking race. We started a fresh career. First 4 races of that fucking career, DNF. Like my wheels would fly off.
Yeah.
Because of contact. It was fucking insane. So yeah, it'll take a while until I get accustomed to like hardcore F1 driving.
Of course, yeah. No, like I said, racing takes time, dude. I've been racing for a lot, like at least 4 or 5 years. Like I can get my karting license at this point, dude.
Oh no, it's just that I play F1 for a week straight, get used to it, and drop it for like half a year, and then get back into it because I don't have people that are really interested into the thing. So I didn't really have people to play it with, and when I play it alone, it's not the same.
Boring, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not a masochist, so I'm not going into the online lobbies.
Well, you got me here. I'm interested.
Right. We'll set that up whenever we can.
So. All right. So
let's begin.
Get on with this video, huh?
Yep.
Hey everyone, it's me, the Retro Dan. Today, like every gaming channel on this platform, I'm joining the topic on the bandwagon of the gaming isn't fun anymore videos. Since this channel was made in order to celebrate the hobby and not to stir up controversy or bad mindsets about it, I want to join this topic on the opposite side from most people, which you probably have noticed by the title of the video. Well, if I'm being really honest, I haven't watched one of these gaming isn't fun anymore videos in a while because at this point they are just copy-pasted one from the other. But every time I see one of these come up,
I wouldn't that's very horrible generalization though. Because for every
I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Okay, I want you guys to I want to ask you something. Did me and Colin cook?
What?
Did me and Colin cook?
One sec.
What context?
Look at. Oh wait, he sent a picture in the chat. I think you can check it on the phone.
We weren't on center point because comms were cluttered down was being an ass, but yeah.
It's possible. Are you guys going for the opposing knife edge?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like you guys cooked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
The angle doesn't make it look that way, but I assume if the cameraman was like actually like perpendicular with you guys, you cooked. Kind of like on the Roblox thing you guys did with the gears.
Me and Colin are the hidden cookers. We're coming for beat us. And then I'm a fist.
What
hey, yo.
What the fuck?
and beat us too.
Context.
I'm eating, bro. I'm eating.
There goes your
Seriously?
appetite.
Okay, so back to this video.
Okay, so what's the video about?
What?
That is a very generalized statement
Yeah.
that they're kind of a copy and paste. So that depends.
Also, he kind of showed his
My
bias.
youth get completely
Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'm gonna approach this from the opposite perspective. Okay, that means you're gonna basically try your hardest to make this video sound different from the others by contradicting everything. Yeah, not really the best look. Or the best start. We're only 34 seconds in, god damn it. Usually, like, on the previous podcasts, it usually takes like a good 3 minutes in their video, 2 hours in the podcast for them to like start showing their bias and contradict themselves.
Of course, yeah.
Horrible start.
flabbergasted, and some questions come to mind, such as what are these people playing? Are these people incapable of deciding their own hobbies? And why do they purposefully make the hobbies worse for themselves?
Okay, let's grapple each question at a time.
I was literally just gonna pause it. Okay.
Oh, this podcast is gonna be amazing. What are these people playing? So, the thing is, when somebody says games are boring today, it's a subjective thing. I do agree that games have become boring. My bad. Games have become boring recently, but the statement itself is an opinion. So it really depends what he's gonna claim here. But what we're playing doesn't really matter because games I find fun or I enjoy are different than
May not be
games.
something, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. May not be something that you enjoy.
So, for example, if I enjoy racing games and I'm bored of F1, I'm bored of Need for Speed, I'm bored of Forza, like at that point, there's not really other games that have the same premises that do it, like do it in such a different way or make it entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be my argument because it doesn't matter what games we play as long as we like can derive enjoyment from them.
Of course. I agree with.
Incapable of deciding their hobbies. That's a bold statement and assumption. Because
Yeah, it's not even really a question. It's more of a statement. So you put the question mark here.
well,
That's not really a
the way
question.
the way he typed the sentence isn't a question. The way he said it though, because correct me, like I could be wrong, but I think he said, "Are people incapable of deciding their hobbies?" Something like that.
Yeah, the way he typed it, it doesn't really look
Match.
like a question. It's more of like a statement. Why make it worse on yourself?
We haven't answered the incapable of deciding their hobbies.
Oh, yes, correct. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a bold statement.
And it's just an assumption. It's like me. It's kind of like me going in your brain and be like, "You just hate this," but I never said that. But you just hate this.
Yeah.
But to answer the question or like point out the flaw of the question more specifically, you can have a hobby that can become boring because it's stale and gaming. Like I think we can all agree that like most games today are either similar or identical to each other now.
Yeah. And I mean, me personally, I only find the game boring if like I'm playing single player, right? And it's like I really have no other friends to like play with or like like have fun with the game. You know what I mean? It's like if I'm playing single player in a game, then I'll get bored easily. But like if I'm with friends, joking and laughing, and like exploiting the game, meaning like finding glitches and like exploiting those glitches just to make someone laugh, then definitely you probably won't get bored until like 3, 4, 5 hours consecutively, right?
Yeah.
But if we're talking about like a game that gives you an option between single player and multiplayer, I feel like I would always go with multiplayer. Because single player, it'll eventually get boring because you're really only just playing by yourself, and you can't really interact. You don't have that feeling of like you have people with you. You know what I mean? It's like it's weird,
True.
but I feel like that's why most games get boring because people are playing them single player or just too scared to interact in a public multiplayer, right?
I don't fully agree with that, but at the end of the day, this is preference. Like whether you prefer single player or multiplayer, that's still like subjective, whichever you prefer it. My point kind of applies to all video games, whether they are single player, multiplayer, it doesn't matter. Like when a game, at least personally, when I get bored of games, is when the way the game is made and presented is like starting to meld with other games. Like the moment I cannot differentiate Far Cry from Call of Duty, from CS:GO, from you fucking name the shooter. At that point, I'm bored of shooters. When like iRacing, F1, and Project Cars have like almost like meld together whenever I'm driving an F1 car. At that point, I'm bored of like sim racing.
Of course.
I guess the most objective way to explain it is that games stopped like having an identity. They're either overly cartoonish just to make them look different, but they act and play similar to like every other game out there, or they look so similar to each other at this point you can barely make out the differences between Uncharted, God of War, and fucking Tomb Raider.
There's a game I'd really like to compare, right? In terms of like what you mean, like cartoonish. Tactical Assault VR. It's people try to compare it to Onward, but it's what you said. It's like people try to make it more cartoonish to be like different. Where like as Onward, it tends to side on more realism. There's a lot of unrealistic things in Onward, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But it's like
let's be honest, 90% of games are unrealistic.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like with that game, Tactical Assault, they implemented the advanced techniques, everything, and then they also implemented the cartoonish part, right? But it's like, I think the developer, he made like a version of the game at one point in time to be like a realistic version almost. So he was trying to make a point there. He was like, I can't remember what his point was or the point he made.
We were discussing how you're incapable to decide your hobby, and we basically went down the rabbit hole of gaming can become boring. Like your hobby is gaming, you're not undecisive of it. It's just
exactly
the hobby becomes boring because it's bland. For example, when you RC airplanes, like the moment you build 2, 3, 5, 10, at one point it becomes tedious because you don't make them unique enough, or you don't get the parts for it, or the motherboards required for all the nice features that you want to add are like limited, so you end up using
even like PC building too, because I know some people do that as a hobby.
Oh yeah, That is one of
After
my
time,
biggest hobbies.
time and time again, after building countless dozens of PCs, you've already experienced with water cooling. You've already done this and the other thing. It's like, well, it's not that much fun anymore because I've kind of already experienced this world, at its fullest.
I can tell the thing is PC building is like kind of my fucking domain. I love PC building. Like I built from like like the most sketchy ass computers to like the beast that I am using right now for video games and stuff. It only gets boring when you're limited by budget. Cause literally the only thing stopping you from experimenting with PC, not even experimenting, but in general, like when you build a PC, you're balancing price, performance, looks. You're juggling so many fucking aspects of it, and like a GPU costs as much as the rest of your computer. So at that point, if you have a tight budget, you're basically like
already fucked there. Yeah.
Yeah, like creativity died. Like that's the best way to put it. Like in video games as well, creativity died when making video games. They're literal products, not like games that are built and made for fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Like Fortnite. What the hell was that?
But okay, yeah, I see your point. Yeah.
The best example would be like the battle royale genre and Fortnite in particular. It's a product. It's not a game for fun. Like you can derive fun from it, but the core of the gameplay and the way that the game was designed. I'm giving it too much props. The Fortnite wasn't fucking designed. It was like produced. It was a fucking factory line product.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like handmade.
Yeah, like the skins, everything. Yeah, the V-Bucks. Yeah,
Not even
really
that.
just...
The thing is, the original Fortnite, the Save the World, that is Fortnite. The fucking
yeah.
Yeah. And that felt alive. That felt like a game built for fun. It's literally Call of Duty Zombies, but you can build your defenses. It kind of combined Minecraft with zombies, with cartoonish art style, and an over the top, a more like loose storyline with the storms and how it all came to be. It felt like a game made with a heart. And then you have the Battle Royale, which literally put Fortnite on the map, which is like the most like clinical and chemical fucking product you could ever look at.
Of course. Yeah.
But yeah, the hobbies themselves aren't boring. It's just what the hobbies like are made, like what you do in said hobbies. The same with F1. If you're an F1 driver and the rules basically stop anybody from being creative, F1 becomes boring. Look at the fucking recent years.
Look at Verstappen.
Oh,
he's gotten bored. He's literally gotten bored of F1. He said it himself. And now when he does sim racing, do F1 racing, he doesn't do any Formula. I think he's done like a couple. Like it's not all the time. It's not like he, he does like what do you call this? He does like GT and endurance.
Yeah,
so, he doesn't do Formula because he's done it so many times that to him it's just boring. Literally.
Well, that's the thing. Verstappen is playing sim racing like his main job, and F1 is like his side gig.
Yeah.
Like, the best way somebody put it was rocket powered Mohawk. Max Verstappen, F1 isn't your side mission, it's the main fucking campaign. Because he showed a clip of Max playing an endurance race and went to bed at like 3 a.m., like 2 or 3 hours before getting ready for an actual race.
Dude, no, I heard this. I heard this theory, not theory. These comments that people were making. He was literally during a race. So whenever the race would end, he'd hop on endurance, or would like whenever he'd take a break. Bro was on sim racing.
Yeah.
So he was doing an endurance race. So whenever his rotation was done in the endurance race, bro would go to the actual race, or qualifying, or practice, right? Once the practice was done with the actual race, he'd come back, finish it was so perfectly timed. I feel like this guy, like, bro,
this motherfucker drinks petrol and exhales exhaust fumes.
Yeah, dude, it's insane. It's like, dude, there's no way you're doing that. Like, there's no way you're doing endurance racing on a game. Like, what? That's unheard of.
Well,
like, there's no way you're that bored of the sport that during or like after, like directly after a practice match, a qualifying match, or a race, you hop on the sim. That's wild, bro.
Unironically, I rarely use this the word, but I keep it for like actual moments that match it. That is fucking Sigma.
Yeah, literally. Like, bro, he timed it so perfectly. I feel like the event was coordinated down to the FIA, like, board members. Literally, like,
it's like he has the FI in his pocket.
before,
Look,
dude.
the race must be
I'm
1
going
hour.
to bed, but it was great talking to you.
What? Oh.
He said he was going to bed.
Oh, goddamn. Oh well. But yeah, the Max Verstappen and his fucking like racing is his hobby, but when the main fucking event is getting boring, he's looking for other fucking ways to do the exact same thing. That proves the
be back. Like, bro, 2 seconds later, bro's in an F1 car doing qualifying. It's like, what?
And people say, "Oh, Lewis Hamilton is the best driver." Nah.
And it's like, bro, how are you that bored of winning that you have to hop on like 2 minutes after? Hop on a racing sim.
Max
do the exact
Verstappen.
opposite of what you're doing.
Max
GT racing and endurance.
That's the thing. Max Verstappen is an actual fucking race car driver. Lewis Hamilton does it for the fucking fame. Anywho, I think we quite debunked the second fucking question. Why make it worse on yourself? I genuinely have no idea what he refers to this. Like,
yeah, I don't either.
Does he mean that we make it worse on ourselves by being bored, or that we choose to make it boring?
I don't know. I couldn't answer.
Well, let's hope that he develops that last question.
Hold on. Don't play it yet. Give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries.
Try to get a bottle of water here, or a few of them.
Even if I started playing it, we could always rewind. I don't mind. I'm pretty sure you fucking noticed that I do not care how long the podcasts take, as long as we're covering the discussion fully as much as we can.
All right. It's here. And then put these bottles right here. I'm gonna open one. I'm thirsty, but I am back.
Welcome back.
All right, let's do this.
Oh shit. 1 second. I just realized that. I done goofed a little. with the layout. God damn it. This is why I hate Watch Together, because they change the layout so often that it's really fucking with the... That should be enough. There we go. Yeah, I fixed it.
So, regarding these things I just said, and let me repeat myself, what are these people actually playing? I can understand getting annoyed if maybe your favorite game dies out, or maybe your favorite genre hasn't seen a big publishing in a few years, but that doesn't mean that gaming isn't fun anymore. If anything, gaming is better.
Yeah, you can say that because fun is subjective. I can say that F1 is not fun anymore. That's me. I'll have to make like a pretty good fucking argument as to why that would be an objective, measurable argument, but yeah, it's still at the core a pretty personal problem. It's just that there's so many. That's the thing. It became quite a fucking major problem because we're so many gamers that are so fucking tired of this and bored of this. Like production line of shitty video games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I definitely agree with that.
Also, it doesn't matter if a game is dead or not. Like, have you seen Black Ops 2? It's still alive.
Yeah.
It's on plutonium. There's people that still play like Assassin's Creed 1 because they enjoy it and find it fun because that game was built on fun, not because of a fucking product.
Oops. Hold on, let me rewind that a little bit. My bad. What the hell?
No problem.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Just need to broaden your horizons. A lot of the arguments I see thrown around from people is the lack of good new stuff. Well, that argument is completely void since there's always good games coming out just...
No, I will disagree with that 100% because let's say out of 100 new games that come out per day, maybe 2 or 3 of them are genuinely good at this point. Because the standard of good is so much higher than back in like 2010. Like Tetris. Yes, Tetris on its own is a good game, but if you're gonna look at good games that came out, Tetris is not gonna make it on that fucking list. I can tell you that much.
Of course not. No. Top 10 games in the past 10 years, Tetris is not. Dude, Tetris is...
Well, yeah, it is, but they based it off of sales, which is a whole fucking different topic. Sales don't make a game good.
Tetris, if we're talking about the past, like, maybe 5 or 10 years, Tetris is out of the picture. Tetris would have never existed on that board.
Well, no, you said the thing is you worded it like if you're looking at a list of top 10 games, well, the lists of top 10 games mostly are, oh look, they sold a fuck ton, so there you go.
No, yeah, like if we were talking about like a list of games, like maybe 20 or so games in the past 10 years that are considered good, definition good, then I don't even think Tetris would make it on that list.
I don't think many fucking games that are appraised to be good on that list wouldn't be good.
Yeah, no.
Like bad games are coming out as well. It's just a matter of you picking the right games for you and filtering out what's bad. You don't need to play the bad stuff, and there are not...
Okay, what if there's a lot of bad stuff and there's only like 1 or 2 good games that even those are mediocre? Am I not allowed to say that games are boring? considering that it's fucking subjective. Also, you haven't defined what makes a game good or bad besides, oh, they're good and bad for you. No, that does not apply. Either that or you don't have a standard for good or bad.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have like you don't have a set thing for
Unless that's the reason why I hate the word good and bad is because they also have subjective definitions. As in, it satisfies your enjoyment or something like that. And I fucking full-heartedly disagree with that definition, because you have the word fun and like and enjoy. Like, there's so many words that reflect that definition more than the word good, considering that good has a definition that is objective, as in it meets the criteria of quality.
Of course.
That should be the definition of good, considering that we have so many other words that reflect the feelings aspect of the word. Like, for example, perspective. The word perspective in its definition is basically the same definition as opinion, but the word perspective, you might as well say point of view. So if you have only 90 degrees point of view or perspective, you can only see so much, and you hold, like, everything you see in that perspective is factual. However, it's limited. The facts are limited based on what you know. So it can be objective, but it can also be subjective.
True.
It's the gray area between objective and subjective, and it's like the definition that perspective comes with really fucking kicks it in the balls, because it doesn't differentiate it from just, oh, it's just your opinion, and people can use that against you so fucking much, and it's annoying.
Yeah, true.
Only is coming out in the middle of an industry where thousands of games are coming out a day. Maybe even if a low percentage of them are good, you'll still have 10 games which will take you hours and hours to beat, and there will certainly be some of them which you will enjoy. That being
not necessarily. Also, the amount of time it takes a game to be completed doesn't matter. It just takes amount of time to get like through. Like, it can take you 10 hours to eat shit, but it doesn't make it good.
Yeah, exactly.
said, Steam right now has over 100,000 titles in its library to choose from, most of which are not from the current year, and most of which I can bet you and most of the people who make these videos have definitely not played, because...
And I can tell you most of those games are indie games and hentai games, which I doubt many people are fucking willing to play. Because of the premise, because of what the fuck the game is, because of the low quality, because of so many fucking... There's so many reasons why people don't want to play a certain game. Besides their biases and opinions on the game. Like, there's so many racing games in the Steam library that are free, that are... indie developed, and they could be good. There could be 1 out of 10 good racing games in that free section, indie section of Steam, but that doesn't mean all of them are worth trying.
As you and them are human beings, and they have limited hours just like everyone does. Alongside the 20 years of game...
Hold on, let's scroll back a bit, because that ruins his point if I think he's saying what I think he's saying.
Now has over 100,000 titles in its library to choose from, most of which are not from the current year, and most of which I can bet you and most of who make these videos have...
Sorry to pause it. Some of the games on Steam are very current. I know a few games that are current. I can't list them, but I know there are a few games that are current, more than definitely, like in the past year.
Yeah.
very, very, very current actually. You just have to look for them. That's the thing too. He's just scrolling on on the like primary page of Steam. You have to actually look for the games because I believe it or not, it's kind of like MetaQuest. The Steam store is kind of like MetaQuest. Your game has to be at least at a 1.0 version to be displayed. It can't be in a beta version or in a version lower than 1.0, because if it's in a version lower than 1.0, then there's no point in advertising it because the game is not full. Like it's not at its peak almost. So
It's not even done.
Believe it or not, I believe it's very similar. Although Steam doesn't have like a beta section or like a like Oculus does or like MetaQuest.
It does.
Or like App Lab. Sorry, I don't believe they have like an App Lab, but I believe they still do have beta games.
Yeah, I was referring to the beta thing. They do have a section for beta plays.
Yeah, but like even then, right? These games, it's because once again you have to look for the current games. He's just scrolling through games that have already been like
out for a while.
It's already been like 2-3 years. Yeah, they've been out for a while. Like iRacing, like racing category already there. iRacing, BeamNG. I think BeamNG came out like 2016, something like that, dude. It's like Forza 5. That's of the year. That's very current. Like,
I guess his argument is that there's so many good old games out there that you haven't played yet. But
definitely, yeah.
The argument falls apart the moment you're like, yeah, but I don't enjoy these types of games, so
exactly.
Or these types of games are not well made.
Exactly. Like why make the point if you're gonna say you don't like it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, the whole fucking thing of it's boring, gaming is boring. You can explain objectively why you came to that conclusion, but it's still a subjective conclusion.
Of course, yeah.
For example, Cuphead, right there. It's not a game for me. I can agree that it's a well-made game and it's a fucking difficult game. So it's made for people that enjoy difficult games.
Of course.
So, but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Forza 5 is one of the more current ones. It's
Yet it's inferior to Forza 4.
Yeah.
Also, you don't have to apologize for pausing the video. That's kind of the point. We're dissecting it and figuring out what's the like, is there any like substance or information that we can gather from this video? Because the video was made for a purpose. He's speaking for a fucking purpose. He's trying to convince us that we are the problem.
Forza Horizon 5?
Yeah.
Came out in 2021?
Yeah. Forza Horizon 4 came out in like 2019, 2018, something like that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, 5 is kind of trash. Not gonna lie.
What the fuck, dude? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Whoa. How come it seemed all popular now?
What? Horizon 5?
Yeah.
Well, that's the new wave of players because it's so old. Like, people that already played it are done with it. They know how bad it is. And after a year or two, people like scroll through the racing tab and they're like, oh, Forza Horizon 5. This looks neat. Because
I thought it came out 23, 24.
No.
Whoa.
It's all that shit.
Okay. Wow, I did not know that.
I think they even finished doing the expansions for it and everything.
Okay, here he just contradicted himself. I think NBA 2K24. NBA, they come out with like new 2Ks every year. And I believe NBA 2K24 is of the year 2024.
That's the thing though. The points he makes are contradicted by knowing. Oh god.
Yeah. So this is practically 2024 with NBA 2K24 was released in September 8th of 2023. At that point it's practically 24. right? Like we're already there.
Yeah.
So, technically, it's of the year.
In in any case, the no matter what argument he makes, the Steam library will always fucking contradict his point and prove him wrong.
Of course.
Because
once again, there's still games out there that are like really, really, really good that are of the year.
It's just so few in between. That's the problem. Like for every Helldivers, you have a fuck ton of glitches. For every Elden Ring, you have a fuck ton of shitty coding and shitty development and fake difficulty.
Yeah, it's like you have to go out and look for those games. That's it. Really. He's just basing it off of what he's probably seen.
Yeah.
Like the homepage, right?
Which is quite ironic. The first question was, what the fuck are you playing? It's kind of like, this is literally like, oh, this is what I played. This is what I see. I don't understand why people hate it. Well,
yeah, I think the Steam store is actually based off of games you play. Am I wrong? Or like half of it, at least?
Kind of. It's really doing its best to suggest indie games.
Yeah, suggestions, yeah. Based off of like it makes suggestions based off of games you played.
Not often.
Correct?
The only thing that I really know Steam really enforces is indie games over high-end releases. Like, for example, you see how up there it's like midweek deal, and then today's deal. Like, usually that tab, the first 2 rows of suggestions from Steam are either things that are like on sale, and even then it's like high end in like AAA stuff and modern stuff. And then after, like, beneath top played Steam Deck games, where you start getting suggestions, and most of the time it's indie games. Like, that is bias. But it doesn't really give a shit what type of games you play, as it just keeps trying to suggest you fucking indie games instead of like
simulation games, like iRacing.
Not even that. It's more like, instead of recommending games based on reviews, they recommend them based on like how large the developer is. Because the lower the developer, the higher the higher views the game will get. Because they're really trying to enforce indie development, so more people pay that fucking tax of having your game on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, I love that they're encouraging indie developers to post their games and actually go through with it and like develop new games and push down the fucking AAA behemoths. But at the same time, it's like not suggesting anything good. Like, the indie games that I get suggested are either porn or like unfinished, unpolished, and by no standard of quality like good. Like, if they came out back in like 2008, they would be like, holy shit, only a person made this. But now it's like kind of playing Roblox, but they're individual games.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Because
but it's good that they're trying to enforce indie game developers to post their things, because keep in mind, indie games are really just a single developer thing, maybe even 2 to 10, if anything, right? And a lot of the times they're either from resources the developer has built themselves from scratch, which takes a lot more time, or just from free assets, right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that Steam is enforcing that, because it kind of allows them to show their work, right? Not from bought assets.
Well, not for free. The problem with this, like, yes, it's good they're enforcing indie developers to actually like get the grow pair to post their stuff
Yeah,
and maybe make
but
some money out of
they're
it.
selling it.
Yeah, but at the same time, the downside is you have to pay to post your video game in the first place.
Yeah.
Which
Like
is
one way or another, it's kind of an indie game, but it's kind of not because you're still paying for the assets. Assets meaning.
well, no,
posting it
no, no.
on the
Like,
game library.
for example, if you make a game out of Unity, like the assets are free. Everything is free. You just the only thing you're wasting is time and effort.
Of course.
But let's say you spend half a year coding like a dingy ass game. You still have to pay like $14, $10 to even be allowed to post it on Steam.
Sure. I think that's why a lot of games on Steam you end up having to pay for because they make that money back.
Yeah.
I think it's just easier that way.
Yeah. It's a topic of its own. Like we cannot if we're focusing on this video and diving into that rabbit hole, we'll never get out of it.
Definitely.
Most of which are not from the current year, and most of which I can bet you and most of the people who make these videos have definitely not played, because you
Again, making bold assumptions.
and them
Yeah.
are human beings, and they have limited hours just like everyone does.
So yeah, he did make the point that I thought he was making. Like the people that made the videos, games are boring, or video games are boring now, and people like us have a limited amount of time, and I'm like, this goes against you on so many levels. Yes, we have a limited amount of time in our life. So if I'm gonna waste 10 hours, like you said, some games take, I'm not gonna waste it on a piece of shit game.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna waste it on something that has been
well
worked
made
on for hours and hours and hours, and something that's actually worth my time. Like,
Hell,
for me-
Unturned. Unturned is the best example. It's a game made with heart. It's not the best game out there, and by the standards today, it's a pretty crappy game. However, I still fucking play it and enjoy playing it because it's made with heart, and I would rather play Unturned than play the newest fucking FIFA, for
Of
example.
course, yeah. Like for me, right? The endurance racing. I'm not gonna waste 30 minutes of my life doing rotations for consecutively for like 4 to 12 hours because or I'm not going to do that because the game is crappy, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it if the game is realistic, has actual has like rain particles, has like it's somewhat decent in real life, right?
Yeah.
I can feel the realism through the screen almost. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna waste 30 minutes of my life racing my ass off for a pixely game that looks like dick as fuck, dude. No, I'm not. Why? Why would I waste my time on a game that looks pixely?
Yeah.
Why? Yes, it may be good, but I personally stick with the realistic games, right? Like the shooters. Like Geronimo. Not Geronimo. Oh gosh, Jesus, what's this game called? It's similar to Geronimo. But,
I've never heard of Geronimo.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, no worries.
I will find it. I promise.
Yeah, while you do that, I can make more arguments. So, for example, the game he's showing right now, people that love Final Fantasy, they might not play this game because it has a fucking problem. Like, let's say the vegetables there like deal way too much fucking damage for the stage of the game that you're at, or the game gets buggy, or it costs fucking $30 even though it has only like 5 levels. Like, there's so many reasons why people won't play this game, even if they love the genre. Or they might find it boring because they don't like the art style. For example, I would love to play Dark Souls and like the Dark Souls because of its quality in difficulty. Like it's not fake difficulty like Dark Souls 2 or God of War. It's difficulty made with a purpose and with logic and heart and passion. But I don't like the art style. I don't like the design of Dark Souls. I'm not gonna say Dark Souls is shit because I don't like it, or that Dark Souls is boring because it's difficult and etc. It's just I wouldn't play Dark Souls because of X, Y, Z, whatever the fuck
Of course, yeah.
arguments I
Like,
have.
Yeah. So, back to what I was saying. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no,
But
you didn't.
like, sorry, what were you saying?
You didn't cut me off. I actually finished the point right on time.
So yeah, like personally, like my likings in games, right? I like games like Ready or Not that are like law enforcement based, or Ground Branch, which are like Army, Marines, they like military based.
Arma 3.
Operator as well. It's a newer game that just came out, right? Body Cam. That's a newer one. Too,
Oh, I've seen clips of body cam. Jesus fucking Christ. Sometimes,
Like-
like, I don't even recognize them from, like, genuinely, some clips of body cam. I think they're actual fucking body cams.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And
trippy
I
as fuck.
Like, yeah, it's like those realistic simulation games that I like, right? It's like games like that I like love because it gives you somewhat of a realistic feeling. Like it feels like you're there
Yeah.
almost, right? Like iRacing, F123, cart something. Hold on,
Project Cars?
craft cart, something like that. It's a karting game. Yeah, craft cart. It's a or kart craft. Sorry, it's a racing. It's a karting simulator, literally on Steam. Like it's a realistic karting game on Steam. It's the best thing I've ever seen, literally. Like it's pretty realistic for what it is.
Yep.
Like, it's games like that that I adore and I love because it like actually gives you a sense of
Immersion.
not a sense of, but like it gives you like that realistic feeling. It's like you're
Yeah.
actually there. You know?
It's immersion.
Yeah, exactly. It's an immersive game. It's like, you know.
But for example, even if it was like a very immersive, very real, like let's say body cam. If you played body cam and you only had one gun, you had to spend like fucking 20 hours to unlock a new gun, and it was shit and worthless, so you wasted your time. You only had two maps. Like at that point, besides the beautiful graphics, what do you have as a game?
Yeah, exactly. What's the point? I think they actually like Ready or Not, right? In Geronimo, I believe you can mod, right? Arma. Look at Arma. You can
Yeah, like
on Arma.
another
There's a
fucking major.
crap ton of milsims on Arma. I'm actually in a 75th Ranger Regiment in Arma Reinforger. It's a Xbox and PC compatible Arma version.
Oh
it's like
my
Arma 3,
God.
which is compatible for both, right?
I've been meaning
Like,
to
you
get
can
into
mod,
Arma
you can
for a
do
long
things like
time.
that, right? So it's just like little things like that improve a game, right?
Yeah. Motherfucker, where you been hiding all my life? Genuinely, we have so many fucking games in common that I want to get into, but I don't have the people to play them with.
Dude, yo, I'm here, dude. You want to?
Finally, it's about fucking time.
Want to play games tomorrow? Like
fucking F1 Arma. You fucking Jesus Christ! Finally, somebody to play like military sims with.
Do you want to set up a stream tomorrow for all this stuff? Like
I have to buy Arma Reforged. The thing is, Shadow.
all night, all day. I have, dude.
The thing is, my main priority right now is getting Modern Warfare 3 for Shadow, so we can like we're finally getting him into PC gaming, and he loves Call of Duty, so we're gonna do like Modern Warfare 3 zombies and stuff.
Definitely, yeah.
So if you want, you can
we don't
join
even
and
have
stuff.
to stream it, dude. We can do off-camera stuff. Like it's.
Fuck yeah, I'm always down.
I'm here, bro.
Finally. The only reason why I didn't buy Armor Reforger is because some of us can't run it or don't have the time for it or don't enjoy the game. I have Arma 3 and I kinda set up something with one of the people that cannot play Reforger. So we kind of got into the mods on that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but can you make a fucking like a build your base anywhere style survival Arma 3 campaign thing?
So I haven't explored the game that much. I've really been focused more on the Milsim side of everything, but I think what you're talking about is like RP kind of stuff.
Yeah, something similar to that.
There's a thing in Arma Reforger. It's called Arma Life. I'm pretty sure there's something similar in Arma 3, I believe.
Yeah, in Arma 3, I know you can make you can make a HQ wherever the fuck you want in one of the expansions, something like that.
Yeah, like there's only certain areas. Yeah, in Arma Reforger 2, there's like certain areas you can make HQ, your MOB, which is your main operating base.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have FOBs, which are forward operating bases, all over the place. Yeah, there's even Arma Life, like I told you. So it's an RP. It's a like IRL RP almost. That's what it's supposed to be. It's like supposed to represent IRL. It's an RP.
Yep.
So like you can be a police officer, you can be in the army, you can be a pilot. Like there's helicopters you can fly and stuff. So it's like I think the game is based in like a Vietnam kind of time almost.
Do you know?
Once again, there's mods that you can download, so where you can get modern weapons like HK416s, M4 Block 2s. Like there's a whole bunch of things you can do to mod.
Do you know Soviet Wumble?
No, I do not.
Oh God. Okay, so this is gonna be much harder to explain. You know, in Arma 3, there's that fucking island that Russia is attacking, and you're like an insurgency, like guerrilla fucking group that you have to fight against Russia. And
kind of, because in Arma Reforger, you're actually fighting against Russians.
Yeah, but in that expansion thing, you could make a MOB and like literally like work with the civilian AIs in the region. You gotta make sure that the military doesn't discover your MOB. If they kill the AI leader of your MOB, you basically lost all progress. Stuff like that. It was very simulator RP, but it's like PvE instead of like PvP stuff.
Yeah, it's force on force.
Something like that.
So it's like live op 4 and live op 4 and live blue 4.
I think
force on force,
so.
like you're my enemy, like you're a Russian and I'm a American, like I'm actually fighting you.
I've seen a lot of Arma 3 where it's players against players or RP server that's basically empty and there's no military, no nothing. It's just like living your life in like Arma 3.
Okay, so I think here it's PvE, I believe.
I hope so.
So like you actually have to kill AI.
Awesome. The only PvE I've encountered in Arma is like the missions, but they're so limited. Like you cannot make anything. You just roll out with the loadout you picked at the start of the mission and pray to Jesus that you brought enough ammo.
Yeah. So you're fighting against enemies. I believe you can do PvP, so you don't have to like. So you can. I think you can do both. So if you want to do PvE, fight an AI enemy instead of going against the sweaty person, a little tryhard that has.
Oh, I hate PvP. The thing is, for example, Tarkov. Tarkov has a PvE mode that's still being developed, and the only way you can access it is by paying out of your ass for it. However, when that PvE is like in the normal base game, that's when I'm gonna get my hands on Tarkov, because I love games that give me a fuck ton of options to customizing my weapons, customizing my gear, very military sim-esque. Kind of like DayZ, but more up to fucking date, because Jesus Christ, DayZ is so out of
DayZ is
date,
like
it's
really old,
maddening.
yeah. So yeah, with Reforger, so there's mods you can add. So there's like night vision. You can have quad nods, dual nods,
Oh,
single nods, like the ones that just only go over one eye, right? There's even thermals that you can add onto the guns. I think they're already on the guns, believe it or not, or correct me if I'm wrong. Like
yeah,
dude,
some ACOGs have them or something like that.
even the snipers have little like they have like these thermals where it's not thermal but it's night vision on the scope.
Oh yeah.
Like even like it even goes up to like patches and stuff. Like even clothing, JPCs, AVSs, it's a whole bunch of things, dude.
Oh, I cannot wait to get.
Helmets, you have fast helmets, you have dude, it's insane.
I cannot wait to get into that. Like, I really, I'll send you a video of what I'm referring to, because
Yeah, please do.
yeah. Wait, have you ever played Unturned, even like a little?
No, I don't even know what Unturned is.
Unturned is basically it's basically Minecraft with guns and zombies, like only zombies. And you have well, they recently added mutant zombies that can spit fire, turn invisible, but in detail. Point is that you pick a map, there's loot everywhere, and sometimes you get a chance for like a rare weapon that you have to like look around for attachments for it. You have specific ammo, like you have civilian ammo, military ammo, which you can only find in military outposts around the map, and you can build and farm, and it basically Minecraft survival. But you also have Arma style level of detail for weapons, and you have vehicles, APCs, all the goodies. The only issue I have with Unturned is that it's blocky as shit. It's literally like Roblox but square.
Really?
Yeah, it's free, and I would argue it's worth like having it in your library for dark days. Like, if the internet goes out for like a whole fucking month, like that's a game I would fucking highly recommend to play.
Really?
Yeah. It can get boring alone, but yeah.
Oh, can you pop? Thank you.
We can even rewind. Just yeah.
Definitely not played, because you and them are human beings and they have limited hours just like everyone does. Alongside the 20 years of games featured on Steam and every other online store, there is a huge catalog of retro games readily available to even play on your phone through an emulator at any point. To which I have also seen the argument of poor aging when it comes to graphics, which is weird since these are typically the same people who will eat up something like Among Us just because it is a new multiplayer game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Among Us has, it's like, compared to Tetris, it has good graphics. I can argue, again, back to Unturned, unironically. Among Us has better graphics than Unturned. But Among Us isn't beloved because of the graphics. It's beloved because of the gameplay.
Yeah, exactly. Because of the interaction, because of the human interaction.
It's well made, and you have customization. Like, you can make the lobby like perfect for your squad.
Do different maps now, I think. Like
you still have like 3-4 maps. It's just that you can make you can select how many long tasks, how many medium tasks, how many short tasks.
It's different.
Roles. They recently added roles. Like, you are not just a killer or an imposter. You can be a specific type of alien. You can play hide and seek. The options are fucking limitless, especially when with mods. You can have like a proximity chat mod. You can have you can install a mod that has like 15 different roles. So you can be an engineer, you can be an imposter, you can be a jester, you can be whatever the fuck. Like
yeah.
it's limitless in terms of opportunity and potential for fun, especially for the. It doesn't matter what type of crew or like group of gamers you are. You can make Among Us fun for your group specifically, down to the
Definitely, yeah.
minute details.
Yeah, exactly. You can make it for more of a mature audience, more of a bigger crowd. Maybe you're with family. You can make it fun, right? It's like
Yeah,
there's many things you can do with it. You can mess around with it. You can tweak it to literally any situation, whether that be with family or maybe you're just playing alone in a public lobby. Like there's just certain things you can do to tweak
you
it
have
and
a
just
fuck ton
it's
of
limitless.
options.
Like you just said, it's limitless.
Yeah, like Minecraft didn't become popular because of the fucking graphics. It became popular because of the fucking
Opportunity it presented. It allowed you to be creative.
It's not
Literally.
even that. It's like the you can tell the game was made with love.
Of course, yeah.
You like
And
as
that's the thing
subjective
with
as
that.
this may sound, when you like start playing a video game, you can tell whether it's a fucking product of a fucking factory or if it's made by somebody that had a purpose for the game.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And
so easy.
I mean, a lot of people had a passion for Minecraft. Like look at this young guy that passed away.
Technoblade?
Yeah, Technoblade. He had a passion for Minecraft, and it allowed people like him to create YouTube videos and be creative in their own ways, despite whatever may have been going on in life, right? So
The thing is, if Minecraft was created today, it would have emotes, it would have a battle pass, it will have so many fucking corporate decisions built into the fucking gameplay.
yeah,
Like, why
I
do you
agree.
think the new Call of Duties are so like? The thing is, I praise the new Call of Duties for their story, but I fucking shit on all of them. Even Modern Warfare 2019, which is the best out of the three that came out recently. Even that one has a shitty fucking online in terms of their fucking approach to it.
Yeah,
It's
I
like two
agree.
different teams worked on the game. The team that made the story, the characters, the gun mechanics, everything that was in the story mode was literally like stripped down to the bare bones and turned into a fucking cheap online experience. It's basically
Yeah,
the same thing that happened to Fortnite. Somebody made with passion a story mode for Fortnite. Well, story mode, like a fun fucking experience with Fortnite. And then somebody else fucking took everything, like they took the resources from that and turned it into a fucking product. Same applies for Modern Warfare. Same applies for fucking Assassin's Creed. Well, nowadays Assassin's Creed isn't even. All of it is made fucking horribly. But
of course. Yeah,
yeah,
I completely agree with that.
like even God of War. Like people praise God of War. I played the first 6 hours of the game, and holy fucking shit, I can tell that they did not focus on gameplay whatsoever when making that game. They focused on the story, and even that one is fucking horribly rushed.
That's
I agree.
famous everywhere. And there is nothing wrong with Among Us or multiplayer games. There's also a solution for that if you want to go that route. There are endless games from over the years that have peer-to-peer support that you can make your online fun with. Multiplayer doesn't mean having available lobbies with tens of thousands of people. Multiple times in my friend group, we've hosted our own tournaments for games who have literally no players. One example is Hot Shot Racing. Have you ever heard of that game? I highly doubt it. We managed to get a 16-player tournament that's famous everywhere. And there is nothing wrong with Among Us or multiplayer games. There's also a solution for that if you want to go that route. There are endless games from over the years that have peer-to-peer support that you can make your online fun with. Multiplayer doesn't mean having available lobbies with tens of thousands of people. Multiple times in my friend group, we've hosted our own tournaments for games who have literally no players.
This argument falls flat on its face the moment you realize Dark Souls players would just hang out in a voice chat, whether it was Discord or Skype, wherever, and they would live stream together. They would like do individual runs together and be like, yeah, I'm at this point, it's a piece of shit again. And they would discuss it and break it down. Like if me and Cuban started playing God of War at the same time, we would at one point we would reach different stages of the game based on our playthrough pace and be like, yeah, I'm at this point, it's fucking annoying as shit. Well, what are you using? I'm using this, I have these upgrades. And like, oh yeah, it's kind of shit. Yeah, like the way it's mechanically made. And we don't even have online. We just discuss it. So the point is mute. Also, it's been proven over and over again that single player games can be much better than multiplayer games.
Of course.
One example is Hot Shot Racing. Have you ever heard of that game? I highly doubt it. We managed to get a 16...
That's irrelevant whether I heard of it or not. Based on how it looks, like based on the gameplay here, it's a very arcadey racing game. But at this point, like depending on what it offers, like the way the cars handle, the way drifting handles, the maps, the collisions, the customization of the cars. Like if there's no car customization, I might as well fucking download Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 and have the same experience as this game, which came out recently. Well, recently, like way after, like it's more recent than fucking Hot Pursuit 2. The original, not the fucking reboot shit.
Player tournament for that game just because we wanted to make the fun ourselves in a game we found interesting. What you are seeing right now is a scroll.
That's the key point right there. Make the game interesting. Like, you can make any game interesting. Fucking hell, Monopoly is still a fucking major fucking game today. Uno is a major game today that you can play. And it's only as fun as with the people you play with.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to play with the right people. Not even that.
The potential must be there in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
For example, Moo has played Skyrim, has made, like, in the past month, he played Skyrim and did like 10 different runs of Skyrim. Not because he of the graphics or the story, he just loves playing that game. And Skyrim is an old fucking game, but if you compare Skyrim with what games that are coming out now, you would have to pay out the ass like $100 for a game like this. GTA 5 is still a dominant fucking game because of the fun it can offer. A game from 2013.
Of course.
Again, in the first 5 minutes of playing a video game, you can tell whether a game was made for being a game or for being a product to make money off of.
Hey, question: how do you kick all these people out? Like a temporary room.
What?
How do you How do you? What do you call this? How do you like get all these people out where it says like user?
Oh,
Do you know?
No, I don't.
Well, shit, it's fine.
It doesn't bother because it's only us that has the link, so it's not like anybody else would join. Like the only people that can join are the people that are in the group and are willing to like podcast, so it's fine.
Yeah, of course.
of my Steam library, which has a huge variety of games, most of which really didn't cost a lot. If I'm being real with you, if we're considering AAA price to be 70 to 80 euros, you could easily get 30 games from my library for that price.
Okay, let's do some quick maths. So, 80 euros times 30, that's 2,400 fucking euros. Do you have any idea how many like people can spend that much money on video games? Especially if they're shit.
Dude. Oh, sorry. Yeah, dude, a lot of people can definitely spend that much money in a very limited amount of time.
Well, no. My point is to have that money laying around specifically for video games.
No, I don't think anybody would have that kind of money laying around.
No,
For
like
video games specifically.
yeah, this is the argument we're having today. Like AAA games are 80 fucking bucks. Are you fucking kidding me? I could have bought 2 AAA games not too long ago.
Yeah, with 80 bucks, yeah.
Yeah, 80 bucks used to be like a fucking limited edition. You get like if you bought a Fallout game for 80 bucks back in the day,
like,
you would get a helmet, a blowjob, a fucking full power armor suit, a Pit Boy, and the Ultimate Edition with all the DLCs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like limited edition with every single DLC, everything like practically unlocked for you, bro.
Yeah. Like you just start up the game and you are max level, max stats, max everything. Like
Yeah, exactly.
they would worship you to pay $80 for that fucking thing.
Yeah, bro. No,
Now
Now
you're
it's
getting a
just $80 or
shitty fucking
$90.
excuse.
yeah, dude. Like Body Cam and all these other games. Some of them are actually like $20, but like I think Geronimo was pretty cheap. Not Geronimo, Ground Brands. It was like 20 or 30 bucks. But still, with something like that, with 20 or 30 bucks, honestly, a few years like before now, like maybe 10, 15 years before now, a game like that probably would have been worth like $10.
The thing is, the best example in recent time is fucking Helldivers. Like Helldivers 2 is a $40 fucking video game that has immense potential for fun. As bad of a game as it is, it's still like it offers more. It offers so much more to the gaming community than any fucking game that costs 80 bucks at launch.
But that's the thing too. I feel like people they get bored by a game because they play the game it was meant to be played. If that makes any sense. They don't try to go out of their way to like find little exploits that could possibly make the game fun, right?
Not even that.
like
It's
a-
like I think it's just the way the game is made. For example,
Yeah, exactly.
God of War. Like when I finished the first playthrough, I doubt I'm like because of the fucking horrible game decisions and the gameplay, I doubt I might do a second or third run.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Also, the game is limited in have like I'm pretty fucking confident that by the end of the game, I will have all the upgrades, I will have all the weapons, all the fucking gear that I want, and try all of them out by the end of the fucking game.
Yeah. Of course.
Like, there's no replayability, and the fucking whole bullshit with New Game Plus only fucking cements it because they're like, oh, you're like they kind of train the player to be like, oh, you're too lazy to start from scratch and try something new. Here you go, you can redo the whole thing with all the stats that you tried before. So all you have to do is swap your fucking gear and try it outright directly. instead of working for it.
I agree with that 110%.
Games that might not be your new yearly franchise release, but they're not boring at all. And they're certainly fun. Maybe not to you.
Oh, Magicite, Jesus Christ. Like, this is a game that I will 100% say it was made with heart. I find it boring and bland, but that's my opinion, and I fucking used subjective words. I didn't say it's bad or it's unplayable or anything like that. I'm not making any bold claims. I'm just sharing my fucking opinion. Magicite is well fucking made.
Of course, yeah. I mean, once again, these are points of views. These, once again, aren't claims. These are points of views of not even, dude. They're just things. They're perspectives almost. They're like, you're not trashing on the game. You're not saying that, oh, this game is unplayable, it's bad, it's horrid, it's shit.
Yeah.
No, it's good in its own ways, right?
It's just not for me, and I
you-
find it
yeah,
boring.
exactly. It's not for you. It may be for somebody else. Somebody else might like it.
Yeah,
But it's
but
definitely like, it's not for you, right?
for example, if
So
you
it's
like
like-
Terraria, if you enjoy Terraria, if you enjoy Magicite, if you enjoy 2D games that are pixelated and are adventure games, and you have multiple combat forms and weapons and all that jazz, and you get bored of them because like there's so many like there's so many good 2D games. Like for example, Mario. There's so many fucking Mario games. You can literally count the good ones on one hand at most. Because they're all like, or any 2D platformer. Like there's a fuck ton of 2D platformers out there. But why do you think Mario and Super Meat Boy and Sonic were the like major ones that everybody keeps talking about to this day? Because they had something special and they were made with love, or they had a purpose to them, compared to like like I remember on the phone there was like a fucking platformer video game with Indiana Jones climbing around fucking temples and jungles and shit. That was made for like, that was the blandest fucking game I've ever, 2D platformer I've ever played. A couple years later, I played the original Mario game on a friend's DS. Like, I don't even remember if it was a DS. I think it was a fucking Game Boy. And I had more fun with that.
But for a lot of people who have played them, I don't even get mad at this point when it comes to these people recording these videos, because they have fair complaints when it comes to the current state of AAA gaming. But when we have a problem with something, we find solutions for it instead of drowning ourselves in them. Whatever your preferred genre is, there are...
But that's the thing, those videos might actually tell you solutions. Like, oh, AAA games are boring because you pay 80 bucks for a fucking experience that you already had, just different fucking visuals.
Yeah, exactly.
That is the solution. Make something new, make something interesting. Stop like following the trends and make your own path. Why do you think Borderlands is so fucking unique?
Because
games out there.
I'm assuming they make new things.
Well, the third one had a fuck ton of controversy. I don't know much about it. It's just you cannot say there's many games like Borderlands.
Of course, yeah, 'cause they're unique in their own ways.
And they're very satirical. But I can say for sure, Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League is a very fucking bland game because it's repetitive, and I've fucking played this game before just with different characters, different name. It's called Avengers.
for you to play, one of which you will eventually like and spend a set amount of hours in. It's just a matter of exploring through trial and error and not being glued to a screen playing Overwatch or Call of Duty, maybe FIFA or NFL until the Armageddon.
Dude, FIFA destroys your point again. Like, imagine recommending people, oh, just try the new FIFA. It might be as fun as the old one. You're just you're just wrong that video games are boring. This is like brainwashing mentality. Oh, you haven't played the game enough. It's like forcing yourself to like something.
Yeah.
And ironically, this is like Stockholm syndrome.
Jesus, dude.
I'm bored of games. Play more games. You haven't played all the games, so you cannot be bored of video games. Just consume, even though they're shit or poorly made. Just consume. Maybe you'll find a treasure in the fucking gallons of shit.
Nah, dude, that's
If
insane.
after all of this you are still thinking game isn't fun anymore, I'm sorry to say, but gaming isn't for you. And that is totally fine.
Oh, I don't find a game fun, therefore gaming isn't for me. Go fuck yourself, mate. You can't accept other people's opinions online, therefore the internet is not for you. Same argument. Right? And like, it's the same argument, just different wording. And it has the same amount of substance.
But really, if you really think nowadays gaming is boring, I'm really sorry, but it's time to find something you find fun, because clearly the problem is on you and not on the hobby itself. To finish...
No, you're completely fucking wrong. What's this guy name again? The Retro Den. Mate, you're so fucking wrong on this. How fucking... Like, how dare you call yourself a gamer at this point? Oh, you don't find enjoyment in current modern garbage games. You're not a gamer. Go find something else. This is like gatekeeping at this point. It's like it's kind of like the Star Wars fucking mentality of people nowadays. You don't like The Last Jedi. You're not a fucking Star Wars fan. Just go watch something else if you don't like it. I'm like, no, I like Star Wars. I just don't like shit Star Wars. Oh, you don't like the new FIFA because it's the same as the old one but with better graphics, and go play something else. No, I just like a FIFA that actually does something new.
My rant or video, whichever you want to call it, I just want to say that I've always been...
This is definitely a rant, mate. This is not a video. Actually, no, this is just you whining for 5 minutes. Also, his outro is like a minute long.
Seriously?
Apparently, he's wrapping up.
Pretty passionate about gaming. Whenever I felt too overwhelmed by it, I just took a small break, but never felt like it was the hobby's fault. It was always something regarding my personal life, which is a similar feeling these people get when they are incapable of invoking their nostalgic feelings through video.
Incapable of invoking nostalgic feelings? Motherfucker! We're playing new games, we're trying out new games, and new games are... Your argument was that there's 1,000 games coming out every fucking day, and we're bored because we don't get nostalgia? How the fuck can we get nostalgia from stuff that's new? It's like complaining about modern cars all being electric and fucking cheap plasticky and meant like they go to shit in about 100,000 miles. Oh, you just don't like cars, you should try bicycles. Like, fuck off.
Jesus, bro. It's the exact same output, bro. Like,
Fucking hell,
one way or
man.
another, it's gonna break. Doesn't matter if you took care of it for like years, bro. One way or another, something's gonna end up failing because it's just old. It's just old. Doesn't matter.
No. His point is like, oh, you bought a Ford Mustang from 2024. It's literally fucking losing nuts and bolts as you drive it, and in 2 months, if you put enough kilometers on it, it's literally fucking coughing out oil. Nah, you just didn't get the nostalgia of the fucking Mustang from the fucking 60s. No, the car is shit.
Jeez, dude.
Fuck me, man.
Game or a franchise they played since they were kids. But despite all that, you will never find me talking down on the state of gaming as a hobby on this channel. I like video games, I want to celebrate video games, I want to show you the good stuff so you can avoid the bad stuff and play.
You haven't classified what makes a video game good whatsoever. I know we haven't done it either.
Exactly.
The thing is,
classified the good stuff or the bad stuff.
the thing is, we technically haven't done either, but we've explained why we think certain games are bad. So I guess we classified what makes a bad game, but not a good game.
Well, the question you should really be asking yourself is, what's a good game by definition?
A game that is, well, a good game by definition. Well, this is like a perspective that can change, but a game that is consistent in the first place, whether it's story or gameplay, like you don't have many glitches, the physics behave as you would expect and how they are set up. For example, in Zelda, Zelda is very lighthearted in terms of the physics. So you expect Breath of the Wild to behave consistently with itself. Like in one level, the physics are like the moon for no reason. That is inconsistent, and that can be bad without explanation. A good game is a game that's not overpriced. A good game doesn't have pay to win mechanics. A good game doesn't have microtransactions. A good game is like has like logic in its difficulty instead of just, oh, you fought this enemy at level 1. At level 2 you just fight 3 of them. At level 3 you fight 5 of them, and so on. And at level 10 you get introduced a new enemy and repeat the cycle. That is bad. Especially if you don't have an explanation for it. It's kind of difficult to explain what makes a good game good, because we as humans consider good as the standard. For example, a good movie has a logical a logical progression of events that don't contradict themselves, and the characters behave as they are set up to. So if a character is cowardly, like he shouldn't act brave unless something made him change that behavior through the story. Like it's kind of like you start at 100 out of 100 score, and the more problems you find, you start losing points. And depending on how severe the problems are and how often they happen, you can lose either a fuck ton of points, a medium amount of points, a low amount of points, or no points at all, depending how much effort and care you put into the project. Same applies for video games. The more bugs, the more inconsistency, the more broken everything gets, the lower the score it has. Basically, a good game is the lack of bad. to be more specific. Like Tetris has so little bad with it that it's a good game by itself. Yeah.
Okay.
How would you describe a good game? Or what would you define a good game as?
I'd kind of use your definition. A good game would lack bad. It's like good graphics. Whether that be realistic or it's just a good game. Like I said, I would use your definition definitely. It would be a game that lacks bad. Like you can't really find anything bad in the game, like bugs or glitches or just
Oh yeah,
things like that. But even then,
good. Actually,
glitches and
you gave me
bugs
a
make a game fun.
you gave me a
Especially if
good
you get the extra
analogy
difficulty.
for this. Like good graphics are graphics that load and are not glitchy or jittery or like
Yeah, exactly.
yeah,
It's
like it works as it's
and
supposed to.
yeah, exactly. And it's like the little small things too. It's like the little bugs and issues. It's like sometimes those are a good thing, right? Sometimes that gives the game character. So
True.
it's like sometimes it's good to have bugs and glitches, but it's like if you're focusing on the realism, then like try to fix it. Try to fix the bugs and the issues and all that.
Or
But like
hey,
if you're
turn it into a fucking feature of the game. Like
yeah, but like if it's like a one of my like an indie game or like an idle game, like something like that, then like leave the bugs and the issues because that's what makes the game fun and it gives it character, right? Like
that's not the way I was going with that.
it depends though.
For example, there's this indie developer that created something similar to Smash Bros, but you're a like a slime, and you leave a trail of your color. So when you're in on that trail, you have like special abilities, specific uh, because you're on your own path. You have a power up. If you're on a path that you haven't set out yet, you have less abilities to like take out your opponents with. And while he was making it, he encountered a bug where uh, like the slime would slip through the object that it was like sliding around on. Like picture having a sphere in the middle of the screen and you have your slime on top of it, like sliding around, and you coat the whole surface. Let's say at one point it just randomly decides to slide through the sphere that you're trying to claim. He turned that into a feature because if you had two players on that sphere, they would just go around in circles and couldn't attack each other. And because of that bug, he thought, I can make a like a drill ability, like drill through the sphere to the other side. So he fixed two problems in one go because of a bug. Like that's what I would argue is uh, a good approach to how to solve bugs. But just having a bug where the game crashes every time you load the level 3. That's a bad bug and you should fucking remove it immediately. Fix it immediately. It's all contextual based. Like but yeah, this guy put no effort into this video whatsoever.
Yeah, it appears to be.
Good games to enjoy yourself. This channel will always be a celebration of this hobby and the many good things it has brought me, and many others. This has been the Retro Den, and I'm out.
You should be ashamed for supporting this.
Yeah. Jeez.
Unironically. Like, Siho, Ashen, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, ah, imagine calling yourself a gamer and be like, if you don't like video games, go fuck off to another hobby.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid. That's a kind of stupid point or stupid argument.
It's a stupid stance to have. Just the thing is, okay, you don't agree that games are boring. At least tackle the fucking issue that it's subjective and it's like there may be merit to it, but at the end of the day, it's a problem that only you have or something like. I'm just trying to help him out here. I'm fucking playing devil's advocate here of how he could have improved the video even a little, but no, he had to fucking turn it towards the fucking gamers themselves, the people that brought this hobby to life. Like, imagine him during the fucking arcade era. Like, oh, you don't enjoy arcade games? Go play football or something.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
You know, maybe I might be wrong and biased here, but it's kind of like people that have hobbies and their hobbies are getting more and more rotten by the day. They kind of like, I don't know, become protective and are starting to shout about the problems of the hobby and try to fucking redeem it and protect it. And maybe they don't want to abandon it. Star Wars fans, you name it.
Yeah. So, I guess this video was him whining, like you said earlier.
I don't. There might be a better word for it, but it's just whiny.
Or just complaining, I guess.
He's just mad that people are not enjoying video games because video games are poorly made. And this is consumerism at its best. Like, that is the best way to fucking put it.
I agree with that.
Would you like to go over the other videos?
Why not?
I bet.
Do you want to?
Fuck yeah, I'm down.
Let's do it then.
Also, keep in mind, he said all the videos that say video game or gaming is boring now are the same. Let's see how true that is.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yeah, he did
Should.
make that point. Actually,
Hey,
unironically, let's see what video games, because what videos he was referring to, because okay, there we go. Oh my fucking god. He's using the same thumbnail as the video at the very top right here. Gaming isn't fun anymore. And it has shut up. But instead of shut up on the thumbnail, he literally mirrored the image and added the text, "You are the problem."
Oh my gosh.
The levels of like fuck, the word's slipping. You know,
Are you serious, dude?
when
Yo, that's wow.
when you self-reflect, fuck.
Jesus, dude.
What's the word for it? God damn it. It's 5 in the morning, so I'm like sluggish a
No,
little.
dude. After that, there's no redeeming that, dude. No,
My brain cells. Self-awareness,
God,
there we go.
there's
Like,
no way
the level of self-awareness is like through the fucking floor.
Jesus. Yeah, at that point, just delete the video. And just delete it.
No, just make a
off the
different
face of the earth.
thumbnail at least.
No, dude. Even after that, there's no redemption, dude.
True.
You're like gonna
Gaming
sit here
is
and complain, and then okay, yeah, no.
Okay. Another pretty recent video, because these are the videos when I was looking at these like words. So I started having these types of videos pop up in my feed, like, oh, video games are boring. So I I YouTubed the title, gaming is boring, and I sorted it by new to see what the current state of video games, like what the general opinion about this topic is. And these are the three newest ones that I found. They're like a week old at most. And
Yeah, I think the last one we viewed was at least 5 days old.
yep. Now, this video we're gonna cover is by Game Explain, which has 1.41 million subscribers.
Jeez.
Jesus fucking Christ. Now, we're in for quite a treat.
Yes, we are.
That, by the way, that previous video was 5 minutes, and it took us like 2 hours to.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's 3 times the size.
Jesus, man.
Let's hope he has better arguments.
Yeah, so we don't have to pause. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have to pause the fuck out of this video because games are boring now. This is a claim that we are like agreeing with, but let's see how well he makes the points though.
Let's do it.
All right. The title of the video is "Games Are Boring Now." Wow.
Gaming is boring now, and it's time we all accept it. And before you ask,
There's a bit of echo.
yes, I only play Call.
Yeah. You're echoing a little.
Try that.
Yeah, no worries.
Gaming
that better?
is boring now, and it's
Yep.
time we all accept it. And before you ask, yes, I only play Call of Duty. Check out my no scope.
Pause it real quick.
Yeah, I was about perfect because I wanted to pause it. If you
Yeah.
only if you're claiming you only play Call of Duty,
One game, then yeah,
You
can't.
you play only
the
one
argument that games are
franchise.
boring now.
you know, it's kind of like I only ride bikes, but cars are fucking overrated and boring.
Yeah. Kind of
But seriously,
yeah.
What record time? 13 minutes in, and you already shot yourself in the head. The 30 seconds.
13 seconds.
This, bro. Every fucking podcast, the more episodes of this podcast I make, the like records are being shattered left and right.
It feels like every now and then someone claims that video games are boring now, they're bad.
Why do they have the same fucking videos? Like popping up on like even the last guy fucking showed that fucking thumbnail or a similar thumbnail.
No, I think it was actually that one.
Oh my brain.
Dude, it's because like they're all the most common ones, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but they must be, like do people not look at the fucking year? Because maybe like I understand why like a video called "Games Are Boring Now" back in 2016, 2017, because that was like a very fucking dreadful period for video games as well. Now it's worse because
that's because the esports team started popping off, like FaZe Clan. It really just brought the video game community a lot, like, you know what I mean?
No, my point was more like there, like it would AAA games were still like semi reliable to an extent. Like like they would release like 5, 10 AAA games, and at least five of them, or at most five of them, would be like decent enough games to like take us through the year. And that was a dark age for the fucking video game community at that point, because we were getting starved of like high quality video games, and the indie gaming community was like still in its infancy. And now we're at a point, at the lowest point possible for video games, in terms of holy fucking shit, indie games are starting to copy the mistakes of AAA games back then. Like they're just pushing out product after product. At this point, even the indie games are not made with full heart. And the AAA games are fucking expensive as shit and like horrible.
But seriously, it feels like every now and then someone claims that video games are boring now, they're bad, basically claiming that things are not as great as they used to be. And instead of jumping at them to tell them... But seriously, it feels like every now and then someone claims that video games are boring now, they're bad, basically claiming that things are not as great as they used to be. And instead of jumping at them to tell them how wrong they are, I want to analyze this statement quite closely. Video games are boring now. Is that purely hyperbolic, or is there some truth there? And honestly, I can see why someone would agree or disagree with that statement. First, I want to dissect why people say this. And it boils down...
It's an opinion, really, more than a statement. A statement would be that video games are bad.
To a couple of things. One, AAA gaming has become quite grim. Let's face it, if you're a follower of the game industry, you would know that this past year has not been great. Every week we get news about a game studio that's laid off tons of people to just straight up being shut down, and it really makes it hard to be optimistic about the state of this industry, including the upcoming games. And this sucks because even the most talented developers don't feel safe working for these companies anymore, and it's hard to blame them. Need I bring up the incident with Tango Gameworks releasing the critically acclaimed Hi-Fi Rush? Even releasing an absolute gem of a game does not guarantee that your studio will remain in business.
I've seen clips of Hi-Fi Rush. It's not like amazing. It's a hack and slash game. Like it doesn't feel any different. Like it reminds me of Ratchet and Clank, really. And I'm not talking about the art style, I'm just talking about the gameplay itself. The cutscenes and the art style looks awesome. I do like it. It's just gameplay wise, I haven't seen anything that's like, I guess if you like hack and slash games, you'll enjoy this one possibly, but
And it certainly doesn't help that games take so long to make nowadays and cost millions upon millions of dollars. Heck, maybe even close to the billions at this point. So when sales expectations aren't met or your parent company spends billions of dollars on another company, then jobs are more likely put in danger. Because
Yeah, but I went over this in like previous podcasts. How much, like, the cost of creating a video game is literally fucking artificial. A game should, like, unless you're making something similar to Body Cam or Last of Us or like some fucking insane graphic, like even Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, like I would understand why a game would cost so much. Like these three examples would cost that much, but something like um I don't know, Fortnite or uh like Need for Speed shouldn't cost millions of dollars every fucking like to make the game. I actually, hold on. I Need for Speed would cost a fuck ton because of the licensing for the vehicles, but uh, Assassin's Creed, like Assassin's Creed shouldn't cost a fuck ton of millions to create.
as God forbid a CEO take a pay cut, another reason why people may find
God, wait, what?
company spends billions of dollars on another company, then jobs are more likely put in danger. Because God forbid a CEO take a pay cut, another reason
Is he defending like uh companies like what the fuck is he, what is that point? Cuban? Do you have any idea what the fuck that point is? Cuban? Did the internet go? Oh wait, no. So based on what I've understood from this, people are getting laid off because making games cost almost billions, and God forbid CEOs get like a salary. But that's the thing though, if you're a CEO and you're spending like movie budgets on a fucking video game, and the video game, it gets complaints that it's shit, it's unpolished, it's too expensive, like at that point you're a shitty CEO and you might not even deserve that fucking salary. Like I don't, I'll replay this. Like it's such a weird statement.
so long to make nowadays and cost millions upon millions of dollars. Heck, maybe even close to the billions at this point. So when sales expectations aren't met or your parent company spends billions of dollars on another company, then jobs are more likely put in danger. Because God forbid a CEO take a pay cut, another reason why people may find video.
No, he's genuinely defending greed? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what the fuck?
Games boring nowadays is that a lot of these big studios focus too much on graphical fidelity. And what happens when you do that? Well, not only does every game look the same, or close to the same, so much work is required to make these games look like real life that it causes game development to exceed half a decade. I mean, man, we used to get games quite often even 10 years ago, because development cycles ranged from about 2 to 3 years, not 4 to 7. Of course, those shorter development cycles might have been due to crunch, but that doesn't change the fact that crunch still happens in this industry, and
But that's not an excuse. Like the argument still stands. Like there is too much emphasis on graphics. Not only does it make like a game take like fucking 80 to 100 gigabytes of storage, it costs a fuck ton more because you're spending more money in fucking CGI and shit. Also, you're making it more like you're limiting the amount of people that can fucking buy the game because not everybody has a fucking RTX 4090 to run those graphics. Like most games nowadays that have minimum requirement, like in their minimum requirements require at least a fucking 2060 or like a decent GPU and a decent amount of RAM. Also, better graphics doesn't mean that all video games are gonna look the same. That's just uh like companies doing what like movies do. They don't try to do something unique and cool, or they're just sitting in the comfort zone, doing what like repeating what everybody else does because that's the norm and that's a safe bet. Like nobody's gonna make another the Mario style artsy game anymore, or a Borderlands. Like fuck, Borderlands is the fucking best example to ruin the whole graphics thing because Borderlands does focus a lot of on graphics, but it makes it unique and like likable, or it makes it interesting, and it didn't cost a fucking fortune. Cuban, you alive? Hmm. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I am back. Is Cuban back? Apparently not. Hmm. I guess I can do some editing in the description. Gaming. The retro den. There we go. Save. Yep. Ooh. I guess we're gonna go through some of this video until we rewind for Cuban.
It's just another thing that needs to change. But before I get too off track, it does become harder to maintain enthusiasm for a game series or even a development studio when you know you're not going to be playing their next game for the next 5 years. I go into this topic way more in my video, Realism is Killing Gaming, but stay with me here for this video.
Not necessarily. It's all based on execution. Bodycam would be the best example, really. Because from what I hear, Bodycam is like very well received. I don't know how good it is, but Realism itself. Goddamn. But yeah, realism as a concept will never ruin video games. It can hurt video games, but it will never like ruin them because there's always a demographic for very realistic video games.
Because I will address that point even further as we continue. There's also the case of AAA games feeling less inventive than they used to be. And sadly, that's kind of to be expected since gaming is no longer a new medium. It had to innovate in its younger days, but now those times seem to be far behind us, and a lot of studios have seemingly found the quote-unquote winning formulas for their games. Let's think about Ubisoft. Man, I remember like...
Okay, no, you can still be creative. There's literally infinite amounts of ideas. For example, a racing game. The idea of having a game revolving around cars racing on the streets. There's so many video games. Goddamn. But yeah, there's so many video games that basically copy Need for Speed in their own way, and they make themselves unique. Not many deviate from Need for Speed because it did it like for the most part it did it the best. There was like Sunset Overdrive. There's Forza Horizon, there's Taxi Driver. I might remember the name wrong, but something along those lines. But yeah, the concept of street racing isn't isn't milked dry. There's The Crew, another franchise that's focused on street racing for the most part, at least in the first game. Like another good example, superhero movies. Like there's no like everybody loves superhero movies or superhero-esque movies, and not many. God damn, yawning. But like we will never get tired or bored of superhero movies or content in general. It's just the execution that's damaging it. Like we have so many superhero ideas and some that we still haven't explored yet. Like anybody can come up with a superhero idea that is new, fresh, and ripe for abuse in the hands of like corporations. But that idea most likely is in the hands of a day-to-day person that doesn't share it, so it might never see the light of day. Same applies for video games, like platformers. There's so many fucking platformer games, and it's kind of in the name. They're all gonna be based around parkouring on platforms, and most of them would be 2D. There are 3D as well, but the concept is god damn it, what yawning is really annoying. But the like the platforming aspect, yeah, you can say it's abused, but you cannot say that all of them are the same because of platforming. Like you have Rayman, you have um what's that Sony one? Um I'm zoning out. Crash Bandicoot, you have Mario, you have Sonic. There's so many platformer games that are unique in their own way and they're interesting in their own way, and it keeps them fresh even though they're the same fucking idea. Like, this is a horrible fucking excuse for this.
Seem to be far behind us, and a lot of studios have seemingly found the quote-unquote winning formulas for their games. Let's think about Ubisoft.
I genuinely do not understand why he put the winning formula in quote unquote, because AAA game studios did kind of create a perfect formula, as in something that's open world, third person, has either weapon, like a form of long range weapon, some basic close combat mechanics, um, a story that's like something very basic and easy to intertwine with the gameplay. You also have the crafting mechanics, the buddy system, or like have an accompanying AI that's supposed to like, or that's supposed to be like very likable. They try to, at least, like it's a character that you like. For example, Atreus, or it's slipping my mind, Ellie from The Last of Us, or there's so many examples. But the concept, it is a winning formula, quote unquote, because there's many games that aren't like, the formula itself isn't bad, it's just the execution. It's so fucking milked to the point that all video games kind of start looking the same. Like, the only difference would be the art style, the environment, and the outfits. Cuban? I'm starting to hear things. I thought I heard him like like jitter his mic a little.
And I remember like 15 years ago, Ubisoft was just on top of the world for me. They had such a diverse lineup of different kinds of games, but these past few years they've played it quite a bit safe, which goes back to the point of video games taking too long and costing too much to make, because why would you risk making something original when you can go for the guaranteed safe hit?
Because everybody makes the quote unquote guarantees safe hit. So when you make something original, people will immediately like, it would stand out. What the fuck is this mentality that if it's not like the norm, it's bad in like giant companies? Like, fucking take risks. That's how you got to a high point in the first place. Final Fantasy was a fucking giant risk because the company was facing bankruptcy. So they had to take a giant chance on their last video game. That's why they called it the Final Fantasy. And it was a risky move. They could have just fucking closed down shop and saved whatever money they could. But they risked it for the biscuit, and now now Final Fantasy is one of the most renowned video games out there.
Have been some unique ones from them in recent years, like Mario Rabbids and Prince of Persia, but really they seem to focus.
Oh my god, they ruined. That's the newest Prince of Persia game. Fucking hell, that is embarrassing, Ubisoft.
A lot on Assassin's Creed and Far Cry. And if you think there hasn't been a new Far Cry game in a while, well, you haven't played Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Granted, neither have I, but I've mostly heard it's Far Cry with an Avatar skin.
Well, yeah, but that's because of lazy development. That has nothing to do with. You know, you're almost kind of like proving the point that video games are boring, but you start the video kind of like contradicting it. What the fuck is this video? I'm losing the message of the video already. And we're only 3 minutes in. There's like 12 more minutes of this shit.
In general, there's just a lot of sequels coming out from different companies that barely iterate between games. I've already talked ad nauseum about Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, but there's also even Splatoon. I know you're gonna be mad at me for bringing this up, but
have you ever heard of FIFA? I'm sorry, but FIFA is a much bigger criminal for this than Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed at least tries to add fucking features, does a different story every now and then. Like, hell, even try Call of Duty.
really, how different is each game in this trilogy? Yeah, there are new modes and such, but the gameplay has barely changed at all between entries, and as a result, Splatoon 3 really didn't hit that hard for me and many others. And if we're talking about sequels that barely iterate upon each other, I can say the 3 letters we're all thinking of. COD. Not to harp on it for too.
Oh, finally. But that's... Unironically, COD actually did pull a risky move and people were a bitch about it. It's called Advanced Warfare. People hated it. And that was the downfall of Call of Duty. Because ever since then, they didn't have the balls to do anything new. They were like, okay, you guys like Modern Warfare, you guys like Black Ops, so we're gonna stick to that and never deviate from it ever again, besides like a new character here and there, a new storyline here and there, but gameplay and like setting, the way the gunplay, the movement system, we're not gonna change that majorly at all ever again.
Long, but last year's Modern Warfare 3 was the ultimate offense to this. Had a very short campaign. It literally reused maps from Modern Warfare 2, the 2009 one. You'd think the development team only spent like 18 months working on this game. Oh, they did? And they charged how much for it? And how big is the game? Good lord. But now moving on.
Yeah, Modern Warfare 3 has a lot of problems. At least it didn't say it's like the story is bad like many other fucking idiots.
On from the sequels, let's talk about the industry's obsession with remakes and remasters, which is once again a symptom of these overly long development times. Companies gotta make money somehow while they spend 5+ years working on one game, so why not just release The Last of Us Part 1 and
Apparently spending 5 or 6 years making a new fucking video game or a sequel or anything genuinely does not fucking help at all from, or help them from making a shitty game. GC? Oh. Yo.
Hey.
Are you okay?
Yeah, okay.
We're still streaming. We're reacting to the second video. Cuban left for a while now. I'm a little concerned.
Well, noise is coming from his mic right now. I don't know what's going on with him.
There is no
Yeah,
noise. Like there's the green circle, but he hasn't said a word since. I think he might be in a call with his parents.
He might have fell asleep. I don't know. I'm tired though. I just woke up.
That's fair. It's almost 6 a.m. here.
Yeah, it's 11
a.m. or p.m.?
a.m. I'm pretty sure. No, p.m. p.m.
How? Oh yeah. No. I was about to say, how the fuck is it like middle of the day for y'all? He did say he's free all day, or he's free for a long while, so I think he just went BRB or something like that. He didn't say a word.
Yeah.
It could also be the internet. We never know.
Yeah. Well, I just came in here to say hello, stream. Hello, y'all. And I'm probably gonna head back to bed.
Alright. Sleep well, mate.
Night, man.
Good night. I'll just quickly DM Cuban, see if he's responding. He might be the first one to sleep on fall asleep live on stream. Holy shit. It is also quite funny. Should we do another episode? Should we do a second video? Yeah, sure. Fuck yeah.
Remaster Part 2. Even just now, Capcom is releasing Dead Rising Remastered, and they seem to be on track to remake every single Resident.
Wait, what was the Oh yeah. Even though the development cycle is now like 5 years, 6 years, it still doesn't stop AAA games or games in general to be like shit. It's almost like the standard of quality is dropping through the floor.
Just released The Last of Us Part 1 and Remaster Part 2. Even just now, Capcom is releasing Dead Rising Remastered, and they seem to be on track to remake every single Resident Evil game under the sun. Sega is also releasing a remaster of Sonic Generations with an additional Shadow side story. I'm asking you to subscribe to Game Explain and hit that notification bell to stay updated on more gaming topics like this one.
You haven't said anything that makes me want to keep to subscribe to your channel, mate. Up until now, you've confused the fuck out of me with your arguments. You're basically defending greed.
Even Nintendo has been hell-bent on releasing tons of remakes and remasters. Granted, some of them are totally justified, like Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, Metroid Prime Remastered, but did we really need a Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake? If you can even call it that.
Why not? It could be a sequel, not a remake. Like, you don't... Like, is it a remake? Because, like... It's not like it's, like... It doesn't look anything similar to what the previous one was, so... I think it just... Isn't it, like, its own thing, technically?
to keep promoting my own videos in my video, but I also made another video about the Nintendo remasters. Check it out after this. I'll admit though, I am totally down for remakes and remasters because I am a nostalgic person. I love revisiting these games with shinier coats of paint, some of them completely remade it to the point where they're a different game entirely, but therein also lies a good point. Why do we love these remakes and remasters so much? It's because they remind us of the so-called golden days of gaming, and we want to relive those years because gaming nowadays is just allegedly too boring. But I think
It's not allegedly too boring. It is boring because there's so many arguments to be made, and we made them earlier. Video games. Okay, first of all, he is clearly against the idea that games are boring now. This statement right here, the allegedly games are boring, it just shows that he's against the idea that it's true. So he's unironically defending greed and shitty fucking game development, scummy business practices. He's just defending all of this. Why?
of the so-called golden days of gaming, and we want to relive those years because gaming nowadays is just allegedly too boring.
And it's not allegedly boring. It is boring because most fucking video games nowadays are almost fucking the same. Like there's barely any distinguishable features besides the character, like how the character looks and the environment. Nowadays, even the stories are almost like melding together into the same bullshit over and over again. Also, yeah, you cannot quote golden age of video games, like do the fucking quotey fingers thing and be like, yeah, we want to relive that, as in we want good games. We want to go back to the time where video games were made with love and somebody was like, this is a neat idea. This could be a fun game to play at one point. And they made it. And then they made a fuck ton of money out of it because they did a good job.
But I think the biggest offense of this generation are the trends that publishers want to follow.
Cuban? Was that him speaking or was that a snore? Cuban?
Follow. You know what I mean, right?
Okay. Go back a bit.
Nowadays is just allegedly too boring. But I think the biggest offense of this generation are the trends that publishers want to follow. You know what I mean, right? The games as a service, the hero shooters, the battle royales. Basically, these game publishers saw the successes of Destiny, Overwatch, and Fortnite and thought to themselves, hey, I want to capitalize on this. It's just too dang bad video.
You mean Fortnite capitalized off of the success of PUBG, but who keeps track, I guess. It's not like it ruined game development as a fucking standard for years to come.
Video games take so long to make that these trends will grow tiresome by the time these games come out. And I'm not totally trying to devalue these experiences and the people that love playing them. Heck, sometimes I revisit Fortnite, and every time I do, it is a great time. It's just exhausting seeing these games come out that definitely look like responses to other games. Conquered, for example, you cannot convince me that this is not a knee-jerk reaction to Overwatch. And based on the amount of dislikes the trailer got, it's clear that people are getting tired of every game studio trying to become the next big viral sensation.
Yeah, that is a fucking major problem. Unironically. Again, are you defending or against this message, motherfucker? Like, oh my god. Ah. Your points are as crossed as your fucking eyes.
Even Splitgate 2 looks like it's going the hero shooter route. Is nothing sacred. So right.
Splitgate. Oh yeah. Splitgate. It used to be like Halo. Well, it stopped copying Halo and it's now copying Overwatch. So a copy at the core will still be a copy.
Right now, I've given you quite a few examples of why gaming is boring now. But let me give you some examples of why gaming is actually the best it's ever been.
Oh, this I gotta fucking like. Ooh, you better have some good arguments.
Arguably. One, because indies are right there. We have more games.
Why are we supposed to rely on indies or indie game developers when there's fucking companies that have hundreds of millions of dollars poured into projects that literally ruin the standards of gaming? Why the fuck are we supposed to rely on indie developers for something that something that companies can just do if they gave a shit? It's like saying, oh, go watch Bollywood if you're tired of seeing MCU movies. Like, it's not gonna solve anything.
Now than ever before because of the overabundance of passionate game developers that are not restricted by deadlines, focus groups, and men in corporate suits. No, these are people, sometimes one person, making a game that they want to make. In fact, some of them blew up to be the biggest sensations of all, like Stardew Valley, Hollow Knight, Among Us. There are plenty of examples I can't think of off the top of my head. There's just so many.
And look at them now. Like the indie game, like Among Us had more fucking mods in 2 or 3 months than any any major update they did in a fucking year. Like also they're not even like new concepts of video games. Among Us is like Trouble in Terrorist Town. It's just very dumbed down and it kind of forces people against each other. Stardew Valley is just Terraria that is like 2D, 3D. Like it's kind of like Pokemon. And the other one, Hollow Knight, I think it was. Since I've seen it multiple, like I've seen gameplay of it. I don't care about it, but it's just like it's Magicide with better graphics. It's Terraria with better graphics or different graphics to be more specific. Like it's not like they're reinventing the wheel as. Like you're just naming popular fucking indie developer games. Helldivers 2 should be on the top of this fucking list. Because it's the best one.
Games out there. Too many.
Like out of all the indie games, fucking Helldivers 2 was the best one. That came up recently and went toe to toe with the AAA.
And the best part is they're usually not full priced releases. Whereas the usual game is $60 to $70 full price, these can go as low as like 15 or even 10. On average, they're about 20 to 25. But still, that doesn't make them any less valuable. You'll still get plenty of hours of playtime out of most of these games. It's just that they're easy to miss because of lack of marketing. And let's be real, it's hard to compete with the marketing dollars of these AAA.
No, it's not about marketing. It's just people don't tend to fucking go to, like, instead of going to the supermarket or like your local store, you go to a fucking countryside farmer and buy his vegetables, which may or may not be as good as the produce from a like store. You're technically risking more money on indie games than on AAA shit. Like the thing is, yeah, AAA is more expensive, but at least you know what you're fucking getting compared to indie games, which you're like unsure how buggy it might end up being. Like, look at fucking Helldivers. Yes, it's a fucking success. However, it's a buggy pile of shit.
Companies. I need to find the time to play these games, man. It's just that there's so many. I think a large majority of these people that say gaming is boring now only pay attention to the AAA space. Little do they know that there's a whole world out there with even more games that may not look as realistic, but it doesn't matter because they are fun anyway. They're so great.
The claim that they look realistic and that they're fun is like... okay, hold on. Let me do that again.
Know that there's a whole world out there with even more games that may not look as realistic, but it doesn't matter because they are fun anyway.
So why even bother making the point about their realism? And fun is subjective. People have fun eating shit. That doesn't make it good, does it?
They're so great. There's a lot of stinkers out there too, but really we don't talk about those. There's some great ones.
Why not? Why do you have to fucking defend the stinkers of AAA, the companies that have the fucking funding to make something decent, but you're not gonna point out how like horrible the indie market is and defend the 2 or 3 gems that come out every fucking 3 years?
Just go play those. But another reason why I think many people are sort of jaded about the gaming industry these days is because of nostalgia, which sort of
No, bullshit. Nostalgia for good fucking games. That's the only thing we're like really... Like, that's what we're wishing for. That's the only nostalgia we really fucking want. When we bought a game and we knew it was gonna be good no matter what the fuck. Like, it wouldn't cost $80. It would like function as it should. It wouldn't have microtransactions or any form of fucking pay to win. It wouldn't have battle passes. All you had to do to unlock customization or like costumes or any form of like skins, you had to just play the game. Like, we missed that era of video games where video games were made for fun, not for like... You can make money out of making a fucking fun game. Just make a game meant to be creative and fucking hell.
Us in a way. A lot of us think about the good old days of gaming, where you could just pop in a disc or cartridge and the game would just play right away. Which, I'll admit, is objectively better than popping in a disc and installing a 60 gig update, but even still, a lot of us look back on those times because we were kids, or at most young.
No, we look back on those times because the games were good. You idiot.
Adult with little to no responsibility. It's just so much easier looking back on that era with some rose-tinted glasses because now we know what it's like on the other side. We've grown up, we've gotten jobs, we have rent or a mortgage to pay, and things are just...
Yeah, and it's more annoying when we're wasting $80 fucking dollars out of our hard-worked salary on a game that's like not worth $80 fucking dollars. We grew up and grew with standards. We have like a video game that functions is a good standard to have, especially when you grow up and you're working like 8 hours a day or more to fucking maybe afford rent, maybe afford fucking video games or any other hobby you have. And when you do purchase something for your hobby, shit, it's horrible.
Just overall busier than they ever were when we were children. I'm not gonna lie, there were things that were better about gaming back then. We didn't have to wait as long.
So your whole fucking video is retarded. Like all 10 minutes of the previous 10 minutes are fucking worthless then. I could have fucking time skipped here if I knew, and your video would have been just as fucking consistent.
Between game releases, and the consoles were just simple. You just put in your disc or cartridge and hit play. Although there were still a lot of bad games during that time. Need I mention LJN?
Nobody said there weren't, but they were so far and few in between. It was actually fucking... It was like as difficult as pointing out good games today. It's like pointing out...
Or those movie licensed games. Another reason why I think we enjoyed games a lot more as a child was not just because we were blinded by blissful youth, but also we didn't get games as often. At least most of us did. I don't know about you rich kids. Still,
It doesn't matter how often you get video games. It matters how good they are.
Gaming is boring now, and it's time.
Oh fuck. I think it's here.
And the consoles were just simple. You just put in your disc or cartridge and hit play. Although there were still a lot of bad games during that time. Need I mention LJN? Or those movie licensed games? Another reason why I think we enjoyed games a lot more as a child was not just because we were blinded by blissful youth.
Speak for yourself, mate. Those eyes look fucking blinded as shit.
But also, we didn't get games as often. At least most of us did. I don't know about you rich kids. Still,
it doesn't matter how often we got video games. The point was that a video game could last you a fucking lifetime because of the fucking content that it had. Again, Moo and Skyrim. Skyrim is good, a well enough made game that you can fucking play it forever if you actually fucking love the game. You could play God of War maybe like 4 or 5, at least the new one. You could play it like 4 or 5 times and be like, oh my fucking god, I'm so bored of it. You could you can play any good old Need for Speed game for hours on end if you love racing games. You cannot do it with the new ones because like there's really not, like, the fun was milked the fuck out.
I think I got a new game maybe once every other month, if that. I'm sure.
Like you and many other people, you actually got more games more often than others. You rich kid.
It was a lot less frequent, but because of that, I had to be very selective with what game I was getting.
It's the same situation now because games are now twice more expensive, and we have like the whole fucking argument of it's the same argument as, oh, you have an X amount of time in your life, so you want to spend it on like good video games. It's the same fucking argument. Oh, you only had a low amount of money to spend on video games back then. You still have a low amount of money on video games now.
And when I got that game, I would dedicate so much time to that one title.
Because you could, and it had enough content to do so.
It's not like nowadays where I pick up a game on sale, because games go on sale quite often at these digital outlets, and maybe I play it for a little bit before moving on to the next one, and then it's stuck in my backlog, haunting me for the rest of my days. Therefore,
then you have a short attention span, mate. Like, what the fuck? Hell, I'm guilty of this too. But I'm not saying video games are boring because, oh, like, I have so many options. No, video games are boring because there's so fucking little enjoyment you can, like, squeeze out of a fucking dry lemon.
or gaming as a hobby might not feel as valuable to someone like me as much as it did back then. Let's be real.
Yeah, but speak for yourself then. Don't make a video like this trying to blame us for it.
a lot of us probably only got 1 or 2 games per year. So in that sense,
nobody was that fucking broke. Okay, let me rephrase. If you have enough money for a gaming console, a PC, or anything that can run a video game, you have enough money to get a game every fucking 2 months at least. Like, you have to have some shitty ass fucking parents, and if you couldn't buy a game every like 2 months.
we appreciated those games more. They were just way more valuable to us, which mostly can't be said today. So believe it or not, I did it. I saw both sides of an argument.
Yeah, because of your cross sides. You saw both sides, but you still chose your own. Because you made no fucking point as to why this is why video games aren't boring. You try to defend scummy business practices and oh look, indie games are a fucking option, go do that. It's the same as the previous video where, oh, you don't like it, then go somewhere else.
I understand why there are people who think video games are boring now, but I can also counterpoint them with reasons why gaming is actually doing just fine.
No, it's not. You have to be... Oh, I was about to say you have to be fucking blind not to see that video games, gaming isn't doing as it used to. Isn't doing well as it used to, but he kind of made... That face kind of made that joke for me.
But if you do find yourself in the camp of thinking video games are boring now, just not getting the enjoyment you used to out of them, well, you've come to the right place, my friend, because I have a few tips for you if you want to get back into enjoying video games again. And it goes back to the indies. You should go and...
No, my job isn't supposed to go fishing through trash to find a golden nugget. Especially when companies fucking waste hundreds of fucking millions on creating cheap, shitty video games. My advice to you is have a standard of quality.
Look for some indie games, or games from a smaller publisher even, like Thunderbirds. If you're in the mood for a specific genre, then just type that into the search bar of your favorite game.
That's not a genre. That's literally a fucking game
Outlet and let the results flow. If you have a PC, you need to check out the Steam store more often. It is a goldmine, especially with the wish list feature. So if you can't buy a game right now, put it on your wish list and you'll get notifications for when the game goes on sale.
Yeah, good luck swimming through fucking hentai games.
My colleague Tom even made a list of 10 games you should wishlist right now that he played at Bit Summit. So check that out after this video's over. But believe...
I would say it's worth checking out the Steam library and just, never return to this video.
Believe it or not, there are also games from the big developers, the big AAA publishers that might pique your interest because they also take creative risks sometimes.
No, they don't. It's not sometimes, it's rarely. It's very rarely they do take risks.
I'm going to be soft because I gotta give them some credit. They really...
No, they ruined Prince of Persia right here. This is proof that they shouldn't deserve any credit with anything they come up with. For those who think that Ubisoft is back on its feet, check out my Assassin's Creed Mirage critique. You're not gonna think that anymore.
Released Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, a 2D Metroidvania, the last company I would have expected.
Remember when Prince of Persia was a 3D Assassin's Creed style game? Then they made Assassin's Creed and fucking forgot about this franchise?
To do that, and if you haven't bought that game yet,
remember when they turned Assassin's Creed into this to some extent? Fun times.
I highly recommend it, especially if you're a fan of the Metroidvania genre. It's just too darn good. But there's also another game that...
Why is it good?
just came out from Capcom called Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess. It's a unique blend of hack and slash and tower defense gameplay with strategy thrown in there as well, and if you love one or all of those genres, you should really give it a shot. Buying these games may not only be helpful to you, the person that's dying to enjoy something new, but it also communicates to these studios that we want more of these unique experiences. But
Yeah, too bad. They're just gonna make a sequel of it until they milk the fucking new idea dry.
if you're looking at these storefronts for new games and nothing really speaks to you, then it might be time to take a break from buying new games and instead tackle that backlog. If you have a backlog, which I'm sure most of you do, and there's nothing coming out for a while that you're interested in, then it might be time to go and take care of some of those games that you haven't played or haven't beaten yet.
Nah, just go, unironically, go back to the good old video games you fucking loved and just replay those until something decent is popping out.
I'm doing that right now. I'm playing Warhammer 40k Space Marine before the sequel comes out, and it just hits for me right now, man. When I booted that up, I was so happy because it is exactly the kind of game that I was looking for. Just some shooty, pew, chainsaw, sword action. I love it. But if all else fails, there's no indie game that's speaking to you, there's nothing in your backlog you feel like visiting, then it's probably time to just hang up the cape, put your game consoles in the closet, and retire from the hobby.
No. Nuh-uh, that is not a good... This is what we call a not very gamer moment. See, when you're criticizing a hobby because it's going down the fucking shitter, and somebody tells you, maybe you should stop having that hobby, that kind of makes you want to punch them in the face because, you know, they're like telling you what to do for a reason they think. Like, also, you don't have to tell people. Like, the thing is, if people are tired of video games or bored, they will stop playing on their own. You don't have to tell us that. People that are complaining about it and they are still here, it means they give a shit and have some fucking form of standard of quality, which you don't have. Also, clean up your fucking beard.
Temporarily. Seriously though, if games aren't making you happy, there's just no point in trying to force yourself to enjoy something. And the best part about being human is that we don't just have to have the one thing that makes us happy.
Breathing air makes me happy, and it's the only thing that... This is a boogieism, if I've ever fucking heard one. It's like Boogie, like, celebrating that fucking Magic the Gathering fucking room. Like, this is the only thing that gives me joy.
So if
but in reverse.
Games aren't doing it for you, go spend more time with your friends and family. Not that you already weren't spending time with them, but maybe make more of it.
Oh no, I'm not gonna imply you're a fucking neck-bearded basement dweller by playing video games, and that you don't spend time with your family and you should go see sunlight or touch grass. No, I'm not implying that. I'm just saying go hang out with the people around you.
An effort to do so. And while you're at it, go find a new hobby or return.
It's quite fucking ironic to show this.
Go spend more time with your friends and family. Not that you already weren't.
Go spend time with your friends and family. What are we gonna do? Let's play Monopoly. Monopoly is boring. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Aren't spending time with them, but maybe make more of an effort to do so. And while you're at it, go find a new hobby or return to a hobby you haven't paid attention to for a while. Maybe you have a backlog of movies or TV shows that you've been sitting on for a while.
The movies and TV shows went to shit as well. Like, there's very fucking few things that are still fucking good today, mate. You really got to fucking update your like tips and ideas list. Because if you have a backlog of movies and you, for example, if you put MCU on a pause and you're catching up with the MCU, like I wouldn't recommend catching up with the MCU whatsoever.
I know I have. I will watch Better Call Saul one of these days, I swear. You can also learn a new skill. Like, I have this camera right here. I've been wanting to shoot more video on it. Maybe make some short films here and there. That's just something...
Oh dear God, don't. On behalf, from the heart, on behalf of everybody, you shouldn't have.
I'm considering whenever I decide to put the controller down for a bit and do something else. And like I said earlier, I'm not saying to completely give up the hobby of gaming. I'm just saying give it a break, because you know what they say.
That you literally said maybe you should stop. You didn't say take a break. You literally said go hang out with your family.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I know that's cheesy, but it really applies here. Give yourself a break from video games for as long as you need, and maybe you'll get the bug again. The bug will bite you right in the kazooie, thus reigniting the passion you have for video games. It's funny because I personally have not done this yet. I really haven't gotten bored of video games, but I feel like maybe at some point that will happen to me, and I'm fully prepared to do other things in this case. But I want to hear from you.
No, you clearly don't, because you argued against like most fucking like the most logical fucking points people can make. Like, oh, all video games are becoming bland. No, they're not. It's like AAA games are fucking making risky moves. No, they're not. Yeah, once in a fucking blue moon, when they realize that the fucking part, like, they milked the cow to the bone. Fucking hell, they milked the bone as well. I guess we're not making any more money out of it. Time to fucking find a new cow. And then they milked that for a fucking while.
Know in the comments, do you agree with the notion that video games are boring nowadays? Or at the very least, do you find yourself in a gaming rut? And if you got out of it?
Yes, video games are boring, and yes, like everybody, like most people are in a fucking rut because of the fucking attitude game developers have towards making a fucking video game. Those 1.41 million subscribers, I have one question for y'all. Why? Why are you subscribed to him? This video right here should be like a giant red flag with a nuclear bomb siren and be like, you should stop, like, I don't care about this community. I do not care about video games. That's what this video screams. If you actually pay attention to what he's saying. Ah. In any case, that concludes podcast episode 25. Wait. Yep, episode 25. I think Cuban died. We might cover this video again at some point. For good to hear Cuban's POV. But hope you enjoyed the Thunderbirds discussion and the multiple discussions that happened throughout this episode. Oh, my brain. There's one more video left to cover on this topic, and possibly revisit this video with Cuban again. See what he actually thinks of it this time. But other than that, stay tuned for the War Thunder review. It's on its way. I'm working as hard as I can on it, I swear. Other than that, expect as we discussed earlier, there might be other live stream content with me and Cuban playing multiple video games. I will continue the God of War walkthrough. It's just, oh god, like I kind of like how should I put this? I'm terrified of having to deal with that repetitive and shitty like fake difficulty. Like I really hope the next episode of God of War, or the next live stream, will be of higher quality gameplay. But based on what I've encountered so far, it's no different than a like hack and slash oversimplified and watered down Dark Souls, with Dark Souls 2 difficulty in terms of enemy encounters. But yeah, other than that, hope you enjoyed the podcast. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you next time.